Good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Moody.
Here.
Vice Chair Schlattman.
Present.
Commissioner Quinn. Here. Commissioner Flangus.
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Here.
Commissioner Creer.
Here.
Commissioner Cherry.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal process and review, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available to answer them. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate your adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight, and I thank you in advance for that. Moving to item 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of any time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak during this portion of the agenda tonight? Yes, sir. Are you here to speak on a specific item tonight? Okay, then we'll have you come when that item's called. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 5. This is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meetings of July 14, 2015 and August 11, 2015. I understand the minutes of August 11, 2015 are not yet available, so I'll ask the Vice Chair for a motion to approve and obey.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll go ahead and take this in two different motions. The first motion would move to approve the July 14th, 2015 Planning Commission minutes.
Thank you. Please vote.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Okay, that motion carries, and the minutes of the July 14, 2015 Planning Commission meeting are approved.
And Mr. Chairman, for the August 11th, 2015 Planning Commission minutes, I move to hold those in advance until the October 13th Planning Commission hearing.
Okay, please vote. That motion also carries. The minutes for the August 11, 2015 meeting are obeyed to our next meeting. Moving on to item 6. These are our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, or applicants or members of the public wish to pull forward for action?
Mr. Chairman, staff, item 7, TMP 59942, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 63, TXT 59551, abeyance is requested until the October 13th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Do any members of the public wish to speak on either items 7 or 63? Hearing none, Commissioner Schlattman, your motion on the housekeeping items.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 7, TMP 59942, I move to withdraw without prejudice And on item 63, TXT 59551, I move to hold this item in abeyance to the October 13th, 2015 Planning Commission hearing.
Okay, please vote. That motion carries. We are now to the consent items. These are items that are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commissioner member or an applicant so desires. We have items 8, 9, and 10 remaining on the consent portion of the agenda. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on any of those three items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment on those and ask if there's any discussion by the Planning Commission. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion regarding those items.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the consent agenda items number 8, 9, and 10, I move to approve.
Motion is to approve items 8, 9, and 10 on the consent portion of the agenda. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 8, 9, and 10 are all final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days.
Okay, thank you. We are now to the one motion, one vote portion of the agenda. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. We'll start with item 11, VAR 60330. The applicant owner is Terry G. Gallardi, Separate Property Trust, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 40-foot front yard setback where 50 feet is the minimum setback required for 3 proposed additions to an existing single-family dwelling at 2211 Edgewood Avenue in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 12, VAR 60331. The applicant owner is Aaron and Amy Oldenburg for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot rear and side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 864 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 garage, at 5000 North Valadez Street in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, SUP 60226. The applicant owner is Lydia M. Harrison Living Trust for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 1,673 square foot accessory structure, Class 1 casita, at 8631 Rocky Avenue in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 14, SUP 60294. The applicant is SFC of Nevada, LLC, and the owner is WRI Charleston Commons, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,600 square foot financial institution. Specified use with a waiver to allow a 150-foot distance separation from a residential use where 200 feet is required at 23 North Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 15, SUP 60329. The applicant is AGI's Market, Inc., and the owner is Rancho Circle Shopping Center, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on and off sale establishment use within an existing 4,756 square foot general retail store, other than listed convenience store, at 2301 West Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 16, SDR 60341. The applicant owner is William Lyon Homes Incorporated for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review. That is SDR 13852. to add 3 model home floor plans with elevations and established development standards for accessory structures, Class 2, on the west side of Coke Street, approximately 210 feet north of Racell Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 17, SDR 60357. The applicant is the Animal Foundation, and the owner is the City of Las Vegas. For possible action on a request for a site development plan review for 2 proposed buildings with a total floor area of 29,654 square feet at an existing animal hospital, clinic, or shelter without outside pens at 655 North Mojave Road in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And the last item on the one motion, one vote is item 18, VAC 60382. The applicant is Pulte Group, PN2 Inc. The owner is Capitan Way LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate City of Las Vegas public sewer easements in portions of Shangri-La Night Court and Angelic Dreams Court, generally located north of El Campo Grande Avenue and west of El Capitan Way, Clark County. Staff recommends approval. I'll open this for public hearing. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on any of these items? Yes, sir. Please come up to the microphone. I'll ask you to please state your name and address.
My name's James Rodriguez. I live at 7750 Racell Street, and I was questioning item 16.
And what is your question, sir?
The floor plans, no one has shown us any floor plans. The last time this project was approved, I believe, was back in 08 or 07 of 2000, and they were supposed to be single-story homes. And I'm just wondering, are we still on track for single-story homes behind us?
Are you requesting that this item be pulled so that there can be some discussion on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We will pull that forward, so we'll address that. We'll call that
Thank you.
in a few minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I ask if someone's here from AG's Market by chance? Agenda item number 15? Okay. Can we pull that one also, please?
You want to pull item 15?
Please.
Okay. Anyone else wish to be heard on any of these items? Seeing none, I will close the public comment. Any other discussion among the planning commissioners? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion with regard to everything but items 15 and 16, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve items 11 through 14 and 17 through 18 of the one motion, one vote.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 11 through 14 and 17 and 18 are all final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now to the public hearing items, and we're going to begin with item 19, DIR 60.
May pull 15?
Yeah, we pulled those forward, but do we want to have the director's business first, or? Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with item 15. Do I need to read that back into the records? No? Okay. All right, let's start with item 15, SUP 60329. Commissioner Carrera, I think you asked for that to be pulled.
I did. Can you guys come up A couple of questions for you. Introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yeah, before we do that, let's have the staff report.
Okay.
Staff notes that this is a commercial development, and the application meets all separation requirements. Our recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Andrew Regos. I live at 10118 Reflection Brook Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada 89148. This is my mother, the owner of Aggies Market, located at 2301 West Bonanza Road, Las Vegas, Nevada 89106. It is a convenience store, and we are applying for beer, wine, cooler on and off sale
Okay.
in an existing convenience store setting. It's also a restaurant, which is not operational as of yet.
Okay. Anything else to add? I know you're going to have some questions. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone else wish to be heard on item 15?
I'd like to introduce myself, John Baer. I'm the owner of the property, Rancho Circle Shopping Center, LLC. I've owned it since 1986. Been there a long time. We're in C2 zoning, grandfathered in with C2 zoning, so this definitely qualifies for approval.
Thank you, sir. I will close the public comment and open this for discussion. Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to meet you. I'm your planning commissioner, and I've lived in Bonanza Village for, I don't know, since the 70s, and very, very familiar with your property, very familiar with your strip mall. And a couple of questions I had, and sort of your intentions of what you want to do, because that facility has been a number of things over the years. It has been a restaurant a couple times that I know of, and it hasn't made it. And I just want to make sure that what your long-term intentions are for this. And also, I want to make sure that if you do sell this beer, wine, and cooler, how are you going to ensure that people aren't standing around drinking it outside in the parking lot? And what's your plan from a security standpoint?
Right now, it's a convenience store, and we're adding the restaurant portion to it, which is going to be like a pizza and a barbecue type of restaurant. Sort of like a convenience store restaurant, like you go, if you ever seen one of these Chevron stations with McDonald's in it, sort of a similar settings. And once we have the liquor, we're going to have to hire additional staff, security included.
Yeah, there's a Chevron right next to you, right by the Popeyes, that sells beer and wine. But I want to make sure and hear from you what your plan is to ensure that people just aren't buying beer, standing around. There's a lot of day laborers that hang out in your shopping center as well. And I want to ensure that a couple things. One, that people aren't standing around drinking, beer and wine in the parking lot, that people come in, that you keep the place clean, because where those day laborers are, sometimes they just leave stuff, and you'll see cans and bottles and things around. So I think this might.
The shopping center has a full-time manager on site for during the day, and law enforcement is constantly on patrolling the area, because other establishments require higher security standings.
Right.
So we're pretty certain that wouldn't be the case.
I'd like to address that also.
Please.
In 2011, we did a commercial subdivision there, and we sold Herbst their property, sold Popeyes their property, and we broke his property out into a freestanding pad, which part of his lease gives him the option to buy the property. Once he gets his licenses in place and all that, he's going to buy that property, and he's going to own it.
Okay.
Now, in that commercial subdivision, we have what do you call it, an association, which is an association that we hire. And they do maintenance 7 days a week. We start at 6 in the morning, every day, 7 days a week, and we take care of that. And we work with Metro very closely, and we don't seem to have too many people laying around our parking lot anymore.
Okay.
They feel safer going somewhere else than lay around.
Yeah, I just, like I said, one of the main concerns is that once you start selling beer and wine, people are going to buy it. They're going to walk out with a can of beer or whatever, and I wouldn't hate to see people loitering around, drinking beer in the parking lot, leaving beer cans around. And so since you're going to be owning the property, then that's going to be your responsibility ultimately, right? I mean, will he be a part of the association?
Yes.
So with his membership in the association, then your group will take ownership as well of policing that and cleaning that up and
Of the common area, we maintain all the common areas.
the common areas, right? Okay. But you feel comfortable that you can properly ensure that people won't be standing around and you'll have your employees go out and tell people that they can't? Yeah.
We will also post it, will be posted on the side, on outside, inside and outside of the building.
Okay.
You can't consume any of the purchased items.
Okay.
Then
Well, great. We can always do a administrative review and have it come back to make sure that this isn't happening. So if there's any other comments, that's all the comments I have.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make one comment. As I say every time anybody comes up with a beer, wine, liquor on sale, the signage, just beware of our city ordinances, because I do see that you have a couple of sign banners up out on the outside of your property. I bet they're not permitted. So just be cautious of that, because if you start putting up Miller Lite and beer, wine cooler, city staff and code enforcement will come down, and that's something that we don't take very lightly. So make sure that you reach out to city staff before you put up signs on the outside of your property, because we're pretty strict about that.
Thank you, and all the signs being removed ever since.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Creer, did you have another comment?
I do not. I have a motion.
Okay.
Also, real quick comment. I want to wish you the best of luck, and I wish you all the best. I'd like to make a motion for approval of SUP 60329 with the approval for this application, also with the administrative review for 6 months to come back to the council, make sure that we're all on the same page.
Thank you, sir.
So you're asking for a condition for
Yes.
a 6-month
An
administrative?
administrative review would normally go to the staff.
Administrative review for the staff. I apologize. Thank you.
And we need the applicant's agreement? No? Okay. Motion is to approve item 15. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will be heard by the City Council on October 21st, 2015.
Thank you very much. Good
Thank
evening.
you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, we're now to item 16, SDR 60341. Having already read this into the record, I'll please ask for the staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's proposing to add 3 additional single-story floor plans to this development standards, and they're also requesting the ability to add accessory structures to the development standards so that potential home buyers could request an accessory structure when they purchase the lot. The accessory structures could include a two-car garage, pool house, casino, or a game room, and staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. You're the applicant?
Yes. Good evening. Rob Hanson, 6030 South Jones, Suite 100. I'm here representing the applicant, and we are in full agreement with the staff conditions. They are single-story homes, including the accessory structures.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Ask the gentleman that asked for this to be pulled to come on up. I'll have you state your name and address again, please.
James Rodriguez, 7750 Racel Street. I border the south end of this project, and going through the commission records and as well as the applicant records, he has confirmed that they are all single-story homes. So I do not oppose this project. I wish them the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Is there any discussion amongst the planning commissioners? Commissioner Creer, your light's on.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item number 16, SDR 60341, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item is considered a final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. We are now to item 19, DIR 60443. This is under Director's Business, and for discussion and possible action on a presentation regarding an update of the American with Disabilities Act compliance efforts and goals to ensure continued accessibility for people with disabilities throughout the city. Staff has no recommendation. Can we please have the staff report on this?
Good evening. I'm Allie Mykos. I'm the strategic analyst for the City of Las Vegas. Would you like my address?
The City of Las Vegas
Okay.
will suffice.
So I was selected, let's see, is it up there? There, okay. So I was selected this year to work on a special project for the City of Las Vegas, as you explained, to update the city's compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And thank you for allowing me this platform today to discuss and announce and advertise the next phase in the process. So to provide a little background on the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the ADA, it's a civil rights law which focuses on the needs and rights of individuals. It's built on the belief that all individuals, regardless of circumstance, are entitled to equal treatment in American society. The ADA is considered to be a thinking person's law because each part of the ADA must be applied on an individual, case-by-case, fact-specific basis. Since its passage 25 years ago, the ADA has brought the principles of disability, civil rights into the mainstream of public policy. It emphasized empowerment and individual rights by dispelling myths and stereotypes. It removes segregation and isolation by providing accessible programs and communication methods to all abilities. It encourages full participation in the benefits of goods and services offered to the public by requiring reasonable accommodations in practices and policies. And it promoted economic self-sufficiency by providing people with disabilities an equal opportunity to compete in the workplace. The passage of the law resulted in people with disabilities gaining access to a wider variety of services, programs, and activities across America. So the ADA is divided into 5 titles: employment, state and local governments, public accommodations, telecommunications, and finally the miscellaneous provisions that apply broadly across all of the other titles. So Title II prohibits local governments from discriminating against people with disabilities or from excluding participation in or denying the benefits of public services, programs, or activities. It dictates that a public agency must evaluate its services, programs, policies, and practices to determine whether they are in compliance with the non-discrimination regulations of the ADA. And it requires the development of a plan for eliminating the identified barriers which prohibit a person with disabilities from enjoying the facets of civic life. Which brings me to the special project and the city's updated Title II self-evaluation and draft transition plan. The update and plan for addressing existing barriers was prepared in order to maintain compliance with the law's requirements, to identify the procedural, programmatic, and physical barriers which need to be addressed within the city, and to provide a framework for the continuous improvement of city programs and facilities. In order to complete the self-evaluation component, over 100 employees of the city participated in a comprehensive review of our public facilities, programs, and practices earlier this year to identify the city's potential barriers to accessibility. Once a complete picture of the city's areas of needs was established, the methods for addressing or correcting the barriers was developed, and the estimated cost of addressing all of the barriers was calculated at $14.7 million. Recognizing that the city has limited annual funds and cannot immediately make all public facilities accessible, the list of identified barriers was prioritized to determine which removal projects would have the greatest impact first and which projects could wait a bit to be addressed. The city's transition plan proposes a budgetary goal of expending $980,000 annually to eliminate high and medium barriers in our public areas within a time frame of 10 years through regular maintenance and replacement activities, department budgets, and capital improvement projects. So how are the barriers prioritized? Through various different criteria sets, barriers were given a numerical score to identify high, medium, or low priorities. The barriers which don't obstruct a person's ability to participate in a city program or service, such as a functional but non-compliant drinking fountain, received a lower index score than a barrier which restricts access to services unique to one location within the city or to critical city services. Barriers which can be more readily addressed through general maintenance activities, such as replacing a non-compliant facility sign with one that includes Braille and the international access symbol, received a higher index score than barrier improvements efforts that require more complex materials and planning efforts. The distribution of services throughout the city was reviewed to ensure accessible programs are equally distributed for all residents. And the order of necessity was given an index score so that city resources are used to improve an entrance to a facility before addressing interior amenities, because without an accessible entrance, there is no access to goods and services. So all of these efforts have culminated to this current and most important phase of the project, collecting feedback from the public. The public's involvement at this stage of the project is critically important so that the city can ensure that corrective actions taken and the barriers addressed sooner than others will have the greatest impact on accessibility. And we also want to learn about successful improvements we've completed in the past that have made a difference in the lives of our residents with disabilities, so that we can evaluate if those same improvement efforts can benefit other areas of the city. And knowing what the community's top priorities are for improving accessibility helps the city to fulfill our commitment to building community to make life better and accessible for all. So in order to do all of that, the city has published the material, all of the data and self-evaluation for the updated evaluation and the draft transition plan on the City of Las Vegas website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/ADA update, and has also made the material available through the Human Resources Department in the first floor of City Hall. And the webpage also provides an online forum so that the public can review the material and provide feedback on the prioritized removal projects, or provide anecdotes on past improvement efforts which were successful or impactful for our residents. And a press release has been issued about the webpage and about the public forum, and various advocacy groups and entities have been invited to review the online content, as well as presentations to other public meetings. And the insight gathered during this public input phase will be collected and incorporated into the final transition plan and used for a framework for future planning and remediation efforts. So I have information on the webpage and also my contact information, which is provided in the document as well. Understandably, the material is very detailed and extensive, and much more than I can get into very in-depth answers or discussion during this brief presentation. But I am happy to discuss any of the particulars with any commission person or public person who would like any of the details. They just need to reach out and contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Although we're not here to take any action on this tonight, this is a public hearing, so do any members of the public wish to be heard on this presentation? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any comments from our planning commissioners? Okay. We are going to continue on. Thanks again.
Thank you.
For reasons that will become apparent in just a minute, I am going to pull forward items 56 and 57. These are related items, beginning with 56, SUP 60378. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Bible Church, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,200 square foot church house of worship use at the northwest corner of Donald Nelson Avenue and Jones Boulevard in Ward 6. And item 57, SDR 60379, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,200 square foot church house of worship building in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval on both of these. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the 1 acre subject site is currently undeveloped except for a 5-foot wide sidewalk adjacent to Jones Boulevard. The proposed use and building is in compliance with all of Title 19 requirements. Staff finds that it to be a compatible use with the existing surrounding land uses and is in recommending approval. We have received additional protests since publication.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, sir. And before you introduce yourself, can I get an idea by raise of hands how many members of the public are here tonight regarding these two items? Looks like we have 7 or 8 of you. Okay.
Good evening, Landon Christopherson, 2885 East Quill Avenue, here representing the applicants. Typically, it's, again, we're asking for a use permit and design review of a church. It's a 3,200 square foot church. We meet all setback requirements. We concur with staff's recommendations, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Now, just before I open this for public comment, and I'm not going to cut you off by any means, but I do have a request for the applicant. There are a lot of people here tonight. Well, there are a reasonable amount of people here tonight. I know that you have not had a neighborhood meeting, and I don't believe that either myself or the Mayor Pro Tem has had the opportunity to speak with you. So I'm wondering if you would be willing to hold a neighborhood meeting and obey this for 30 days.
Yeah, they want to be good neighbors, so we will do that.
Okay. So, and I appreciate that. That way, and the reason I wanted to call this first was because we had so many neighbors, rather than hear from everybody at the end of the agenda tonight and then ask everybody to come back, I thought it might be wise to do this up front. So with your permission, that would be my recommendation. And do we still have to have some public comment?
I'd like to have a discussion about the abeyance motion.
All right, so if anyone is opposed, well, you can speak. I'll open this for public comment for anyone who wishes to speak, knowing that if it's obeyed, you're going to have an opportunity to come back and speak on this. So I will open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard?
How you doing there? My name is William Burgos. I live at 6161 Joe Marcy, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. I'm 2 blocks from this proposed church, house of worship. I would agree, and I would like to see this to go to some sort of neighborhood meeting so that we could be more informed as to what exactly is going to be there. A lot of for the last 23 years, I've actually lived out there, and I've argued and fought prior to any of you guys ever being on this panel here. But we continue to lose our ruralness that we have out there. And that's one of the biggest concerns by not just myself, but my neighbors as well. So if they're going to table this until we can have a better discussion, I'm in for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to obey item number 56 to the October 13, 2015 meeting.
Thank you. Please vote.
Mr. Chair, we could do both 56 and 57 as one motion.
Okay, so we can take a motion on both items at the same
Okay,
time.
so I'll withdraw my motion, issue another one, Mr. Chairman. On items number 56 and number 57, I move to obey them both to the October 13, 2015 Planning Commission meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Please vote. Motion carries. I want to thank the applicant as well as the neighbors, and we look forward to seeing you next month. Okay, moving on to related items 20, 21, and 22. Item 20 is an abeyance, a re-notification on VAR 59491. The applicant is Ovation Development, and the owner is the GES Family Limited Partnership. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required, an 18-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required, a 16-foot tall wall along a portion of the front property line where 5 feet, with top 3 feet 50% open, is required, and to allow 16-foot tall wall along the east property line where 8 feet is the maximum allowed. At the southwest corner of Vegas Drive and Rock Springs Drive in Ward 1, staff recommends approval. Item 21, SUP 59492. The applicant is Ovation Development, and the owner is the GES Family Limited Partnership. This is for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 227-unit senior citizen apartments development with a waiver to allow no ground-level, non-residential development and apartments located on the ground floor. And item 22 is for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 227-unit senior citizen apartments development with waivers to allow an 8-foot landscape buffer on a portion of the north property line and a 0-foot landscape buffer on the east property line where 15 feet is the minimum required. These are all in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval on all 3. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the density and landscaping proposed within this application are compatible with the existing multifamily development to the north and south. Additionally, staff supports both the wall height variances and the setback variances as they will enhance the compatibility of this site with adjacent uses. Based on these findings, staff's recommendation is for approval with a change to condition number 2 as submitted to the clerk. That condition change is as follows. All development shall be in conformance with the site plan dated 9/1/15, landscape plan dated 8/26/15, elevations for buildings 1 and 2, date stamped 8/12/15, and elevations for building 3, date stamped 9/1/15, except as amended by conditions herein. And finally, additionally, staff notes that additional protests were received after publication.
Okay, and can I ask staff which item the amended condition attaches to?
Pardon me, that'd be item 22, SDR 59494.
Okay, thank you very much. And just before we hear from the applicant, can I get an idea of how many members of the public are here to be heard on this item tonight? Okay, we've got about a dozen of you tonight. That gives me an idea about the time limitations. So thank you and good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here tonight on behalf of the applicant, who is Ovation Development, and Alan Molaski. If you could look at the overhead first. Thank you. So this is a color zoning map of the area where we are located. This is US 95, and this is Vegas Drive. Right here is Rock Springs, and the site that we are talking about tonight is hard zoned C1. It is to the north surrounded by existing apartments, R3. To the south, there are existing townhomes with a density of about 14. It is an RPD 14. And then to the west across Rock Springs are a number of single-family homes, either zoned RCL or R1. I passed out, right before the hearing started, a book, and with your indulgence, I'd like to actually go through that as what my presentation material is art for tonight.
Please do.
Just so that you know, we have had a total of 3 neighborhood meetings coming into the Planning Commission tonight since you first heard this item back in July. Once we held that Planning Commission hearing, we had 2 additional neighborhood meetings, and the most recent of those neighborhood meetings was on Thursday night. At that neighborhood meeting, we handed out these books. So a number of the people in the audience who I recognize from Thursday night's meeting got an exact copy of the binder that I'm going to go through tonight, so they've seen this. Starting with the first page, this, as I mentioned, Ovation Development, which is a company owned by Alan Molaski, has developed a number of projects around all of Southern Nevada in every single jurisdiction, some of which are what I'll call market rate apartments, meaning for any and all age groups to live in. And then he has done a number of affordable senior apartments, and the cover page is one of those. This is an actual picture, believe it or not. It's not a rendering or anything like that. It's an actual picture of an affordable senior housing apartment project that is in Clark County near Russell and the 95. It's called Tempo. On page number, or behind tab number 1, when we did our neighborhood meetings, we had a number of questions that came up. And while we did our best to answer those questions at each neighborhood meeting, we felt it was important to write those questions down and then put in writing what our answers were so that we could be clear and there'd be no confusion. I will just summarize these as I go through each of the questions, but it does get to some of the issues that I think specifically are related to the proposed project. First and foremost is, what is proposed to be built? We're here tonight before you to ask for a special use permit for a senior apartment project. We would be doing a market rate senior apartment project. That becomes very important later on in the questions when we get asked what are the rents and whether or not we would accept things like Section 8 vouchers. The unit count is 227 apartments, and it would be, of course, limited to those that are 55 years of age and older. Again, that's another one of these technicalities that the neighbors have really asked us to drill down on, and I'll get to that later in the question and answer. The developer of the project, as I mentioned, is Ovation. They presently do not own the land, but if the entitlements are approved, Ovation would buy the land, build the project, and manage the project. I also think that's very important, that they would remain as the owner and manager of this project. Now, we got a lot of questions about traffic, and understandably so. I understand with the density of this project, and for the record, the density is just at about 30 units to the acre, that there is a number of questions and concerns about the kind of traffic that that would have in their neighborhood. So what we did is we hired Loxaw Engineering. This happened basically in between, right before our second neighborhood meeting in August, to come in and do a quick traffic study that would analyze really two things. What would happen if this land were developed as it's zoned for either an office project or a commercial project? And the answer really is that either an office or a shopping center would produce far more traffic. Said a different way, our senior apartment project would produce only 1/8 the amount of traffic that a shopping center and office development would produce. Now, the other thing that could go here, obviously you'd need to change the zoning, but you could do another single-family home development. So we ran a model that if you did single-family homes right on this piece of property, compared to what we're projecting, our senior family home development would only, senior family apartment project would only produce 2/3 the traffic that a single-family home development would produce. We provided a copy of this traffic study to the neighbors. We also did a summary, and we had our traffic engineer there, because unless you do this for a living, I think reading traffic studies not only are dry, but I think that they're hard to understand. So we had our traffic engineer at one of our neighborhood meetings to try to answer some of those questions about what kind of traffic you could realistically see coming from the senior apartments. We think senior housing is really important in this community overall, and we believe that this is an appropriate location given the proximity to commercial, but also that it's in a residential neighborhood and near a park, which is across Vegas Drive. Now, getting to some of the most important questions we got, which is, can people under 55 years of age live there? Can people under 55 live there? Because the neighbors were really concerned that we would get a senior apartment project approved and then it would turn into something else. So how could we give them some comfort that what we were coming forward and telling the city we wanted to do and wanted to build would be, in fact, what we built? We have hired and, in fact, brought tonight an attorney. His name is Bob Mills. He specializes in fair housing laws, and he actually worked at HUD before he went into private practice. So if there are any questions that I can't answer specifically relating to the type of restrictions that we are voluntarily putting on ourselves in this project, I would ask that I be allowed to bring Mr. Mills up and he could address any of those questions as well. So one of the things that Mr. Mills told us that we could do is that we could restrict our property to 100% of all units must have at least one person who's 55 years of age or older. We could do that, and we are willing to agree to that kind of a condition. 100% of all of our rental units must have at least one person who's 55 or older. The only exception to that rule is that a manager could live on site and be under 55. And remember, I said that Ovation is going to develop this and manage it, and typically in their senior family apartment projects, they do have a manager that lives on site, and that manager is typically under 55. Now, we got a question about, well, what about other occupants? What happens if you're 60 and you've got a spouse or a significant other that's 50 and living with you? Could they both live there? And the answer is yes, but we will agree to an additional condition that says, other occupants who are under 55 may live in the unit, but all occupants must be at least 40 years of age or older. That was important to the residents as well, so that there wasn't a concern that we would be filling this project up with perhaps school-age children or families, or again, something that this project is not meant to be. Now, there is an exception to that rule, and that is that in the case of a medically designated caregiver pursuant to 24 CFR 100.305E4, they could live there and be under 40 years of age. What does that really mean? It means that if somebody designates a caregiver because they medically need it, we can't say you can't live here and bring in your caregiver. But it's limited in the instances in our experience where that has occurred. Mr. Mulaski owns over almost 600 senior apartments across the Southern Nevada Valley, and out of that, only 14 are under 55 years of age. So we know from experience that we just typically don't get a lot of people that are under 55 who live in these projects. That was the next bullet point, actually. It's Ovation has 547 occupied age-restricted units. A total of 630 residents live in these 547 rental units. The reason why that comment was brought up and made is to highlight that typically in the senior apartments you don't see the densities of 2-3 people living in every unit. Now, that's not to say you couldn't have it, but we just know, again, from experience from our other projects, that you don't see as many multiple occupants per unit. If you were to take that, the overall density of those existing apartments would be about 1.15 residents per unit. Now, the next thing that we have agreed to limit voluntarily would be that we would limit the number of occupants in each of our units. That limitation would be 2 residents in a studio, 2 residents in a 1-bedroom, and 3 residents in 2 bedrooms. Again, that's a voluntary limitation that we're willing to put on ourselves, but it is meant to get to the issue of the density of the project, the traffic of the project, and that we're trying to keep it at a reasonable amount so that the neighbors feel that this is the project that we've intended to build. And then finally, we got a lot of questions about whether or not we would accept Section 8, or is this affordable housing? All of Alan Mulaski's other projects that he has built today, all of his other senior projects that he has built today have been affordable, and he's very proud of them, and they're actually beautiful, beautiful projects. This particular project, we have said from the beginning, he wants to be market rate. And so when the neighbors asked us to put a restriction against accepting or participating in the Section 8 voucher program, we had said that we would comply and in fact not participate in that program. There are schools in the immediate area, and so we were asked how would this project impact already existing overcrowded schools. Since it's a senior apartment project, there would be no impact whatsoever. The next question that we got was, again, relating back to a concern about the density, the number of units, especially when you look at the surrounding densities to the north, south, and to the west of us. And I think it's important to look at maybe perhaps what you never saw and then tell you how we ended up where we are today. When we originally looked at designing this site, if you could actually build a 4-story project with 380 units and not ask for any variances, such as a 3-to-1 setback to the adjacent residential. So you could design a project that had a lot more density than what we ever came in before you and showed. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to, some would suggest perhaps play a game where we came in with way more density than we would ever want so that we could take it down to where we are now. We never wanted to do that. In all the years I've represented Alan, he's actually never done that on any of his projects. He comes in with a project that he believes he can make work and that he believes is reasonable for the site. So the current proposal that we have before you today has 227 units in a mixture of 2, 3, and 4-story buildings. Now, this is important because between the last Planning Commission meeting, or I should say the first Planning Commission meeting, and the one that we are here tonight, we have made some adjustments to the height of the building on the plan, and that necessitated some additional variances that we had to ask for that you have on your agenda tonight. But the colors on here are important. And if you remember, here is Rock Springs right here, and to the west of us is where the single-family homes are. So everything that is in this purple color is a 3-story building. So that means across the homes on Rock Springs, you would have 2 3-story buildings. The pink is considered 2-story components. The project will have some garages, so the pink along the north and east side, which is adjacent to Vegas Drive and the 95, are actually what we call carriage units because they're over the top of garages. These are the only units that would have stairs to get up to them. The rest of the buildings themselves, that would be this building, and this E, would all be accessed internally through elevators. There are no doors on these large buildings that face outward. The entire project is gated and has to be accessed via a card key entry so that you can walk on the inside to get to the units. So as you look at this project from the outside, you wouldn't see any doors. Those would just be the windows that face the outside. So the project that you have before you tonight has a reduction in heights. Originally, even though we could meet separation, we had some components of these front buildings that were 4-story. And in listening to the neighbors and trying to minimize the impact that they felt was occurring towards their homes, we reduced these to 3-story, and then our only 4-story component right now is here in green, and that is back up against Vegas Drive and the 95, where we wouldn't impact any of the neighbors. The majority of the project is all considered to be 3-story. Under tab number 2, you can see the site plan that I just described to you. And if you look at behind that tab, this is a rendering of the type of project that Alan Mulaski intends to build. And this is representative of what he would do. If you have seen any of those other projects that he has built around town, he spends a lot of thought and quite frankly money in the building elevations themselves. They are not flat. There are always pop-outs, different colors, things that make it look interesting so that the massing doesn't seem as great. And also, Alan really, really, really spends a lot of detail on landscaping. So what you would see, this is visually looking from Rock Springs looking east, you would see landscaping, then there'd be a sidewalk, which you actually can't even see on here because it would be a row of trees, then a sidewalk, then another row of trees, then we would have a wrought iron fence, and then behind that wrought iron fence would be more landscaping, and then as you get closer to the building, you have even additional landscaping. That's a really important component to Alan because I think, we always look at what the buildings look like, but I think it's important to see how the landscaping looks in relation to the buildings. Under tab number 3, as I just talked about all the landscaping, again, this isn't photoshopped or anything like that. This is actual landscaping at that project that is located over on Russell and the 95. This gives you an idea of what it looks like. This is the interior courtyard that everybody can look at. As I mentioned before, this project is entirely accessed via internal doors. This is, I believe this is on, if I remember correctly, the second or third floor there. There's kind of a common area, and then the hallways that go down are where the residential units would be. This is another common area where anybody could go. There are, like on this one, as you can see in the back, computer stations. And then you have an area and a library of sorts over here with books where people can read. Just gives you an idea of what it looks like on the ground floor. And then these are some of the individual units. This is an exercise room that we have in one of our existing senior projects. Again, that's a hallway look and some more of the feature, or I should say the amenities that you see in the units. Now, I won't read this in detail, but at the end of this, there is a calendar of events that we put together for our seniors. And it starts with fitness, it goes to nutrition and wellness and gardening, community kitchen events. The idea behind that, again, is to say that it's more than just providing a place for seniors to live. They actually take the next step and try to program things on site so that the residents have something to do and something to get to know the other people who live there. So that gives you an idea if you just want to peruse that to see the kind of events that they plan. Under tab number 4, this was a summary, and I won't go through it, but this was a summary of the traffic counts as our traffic engineer looked at the impacts of what 227 senior apartments would be versus 106 single-family residents or a 50,000 square foot commercial and office project. And in all cases, the senior apartment project is drastically less. One thing I want to point out, the neighbors specifically asked that we recount the traffic during peak school hours, pickup, drop-off. Now, at the time we hired our traffic engineer, it was the middle of summer, so school wasn't in. So there is an asterisk on here that says that prior to the city council hearing, we will send our traffic engineer back out and do those counts. The neighbors have asked us to do it, and we're happy to do it. Under tab number 5, this, just again, it's kind of a summary of how we got to that 1.15 residents per unit in his existing projects. It really gives you a breakdown of, in each of those units, how many of the people are under 55. And as you can see, out of 630 occupants, only 14 are under 55. Now, tab number 6, I won't go through it in detail, but this has been a pretty substantial amount of discussion with the residents because, as I showed you this initially, the property is hard zone C1. We have never, ever, ever meant to be threatening or otherwise by pointing out commercial uses that could go in C1. From our position, we're just merely pointing out the facts. And the facts are that the property is hard zone C1, and so with that, you could get commercial uses, some of which could be welcome in the community for certain residents, and other types of commercial uses might not be. And I suppose until it gets developed and a commercial user were to actually come to the site, then it's just been vacant for so long that maybe it stays vacant for a while longer. But our point in explaining or pointing out that it's hard zone for C1 is just to give the residents something to think about when they compare what is allowed to go there as a commercial project versus what we're proposing to do with our senior housing project, and just to weigh the pros and cons of both. And respectfully, you know, we think the senior housing project is better for the neighborhood, a much lower intensity of a use, but we respect some of the neighbors who might feel differently about that. And the final tab, which is tab number 7, is a declaration of restrictions, also known maybe as a deed restriction. In the conditions of approval, we are required to, because we're allowed to ask for a special use permit in C1 for senior housing, condition number 6 under the special use permit requires us to sign and record a deed restriction with language determined to be satisfactory by the city attorney, which restricts the use of the site to an age-restricted community for those persons 55 years of age or older to the full extent of the law. That is a condition that the city has already placed on this use permit as a condition of approval. We absolutely 100% will comply with that condition. But I have sent over additional conditions. I've already gone through them. It was the limitation on the occupancy, how many people could be under 55. It was the 40, no younger than 40 unless you're a designated caregiver. I did send those over to staff on Friday, and I did hear back from your city attorney today that from this, and I don't want to speak for him, but that those conditions from a city's perspective might be difficult to enforce. If that's fair to say. Okay. So what we would like to say and put out there for the record is that we think the best way to do this is we would always agree to do a condition number 6 that says we're going to be an age-restricted community, and so we would sign a deed restriction that says this project is limited to residents 55 years in age and older. It's a form that has to be acceptable to your city attorney. But we have also made commitments to the residents about the limitations that we are voluntarily putting on this project. And so we would then submit to you that we will record an additional declaration of restrictions which go through that. And the tab number 7 sets forth in specifically what those additional restrictions would be. And again, I won't go through it in detail, but it is that one person must be 55 years of age or older. A second person could live there who's under 55, but in no case could it be under 40, unless it's either a manager or a medically designated caregiver. It would limit the occupancy, as we've indicated on page 2, and that we would not participate in Section 8. Again, we understand where the city's coming from, so to comply with the condition that the city puts on, we're suggesting that there should be essentially 2 deed restrictions. The one that the city is asking for, and then the ones that we are agreeing to do with the neighbors. The final thing that I would say, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, is under the site plan, which is SDR 59494, condition number 10 requires the applicant to remove the existing billboard which is on the site. Our plans have always shown the the billboard remaining. It does sit at the corner of Vegas and US 95, right there. We, as the applicant, cannot accept this condition. We actually, while we might be buying the entire property, if this project is approved, we are not acquiring the piece of property where the billboard is located. So we would ask that that condition remain and not be deleted. The final thing I would say, just in technical terms, because US 95 sits here, so we have asked for an increased wall waiver. That's to build a 16-foot wall. It would be on our property. You know, it's again a sound buffering issue, so if you see a tall wall request, that's where we're asking for it, is along US 95. I appreciate your indulgence on this. I know that was a lot, but there's also a lot of people here to talk, so I'd be happy to answer any questions now or respond after the public hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm now going to open this for public comment. I'm going to invite those of you who wish to speak either for or against this item to come up. You can line up. I'm going to ask you to speak in one of the outside microphones, and there's a reason for that. I'm going to put a 2-minute time limit on your remarks. You're going to be given what will happen on that 2 minutes. As it counts down, you're going to get a yellow light when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then a red light at the end of it. We have a long agenda tonight. There are over 60 items, and we're still in the early 20s, so we appreciate you complying with this. So please come on up.
My name is Peg Nay Lim, and I reside at 7201 Carindale Way. I oppose to this project because it's not compatible and transitional to the existing neighborhood. The development is too tall. It has too many households, and the traffic is going to be, you know, really bad, and it's not. It will not be good for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. And my name is Paul Franzioli, and I live at 1112 Pagosa Way in Las Vegas, 89128. It's less than a half a mile from this property, and I'd like to thank all of you for your service on this commission. Speaking to the items on the agenda of the setbacks and some things like that, I think there's maybe 2 or 3 specific issues we have some questions about on this. The idea of a viable senior community in that property is not a bad thing to a lot of us. There's a lot of us who are in that age bracket. But the height of the buildings across a small street from the single-family dwellings on Rock Springs and nearby you know, all the entrances are on the inside, but the picture showed a lot of patios and windows and things out the other side, and I think a lot of the people who live along there would be looking up at these residences, and I think that's an invasion of privacy. So that setbacks and things I'm concerned about. I'm a little concerned about it was not obvious on the diagram about the sidewalk along Rock Springs. A lot of kids do use that for school and park access and everything. So there's been a lot of information, well, limited amount of information around, and I appreciate how it's an evolving project, and I admire their efforts to comply with requests. But so far, there's a lot of uncertainty. I think it needs to be heard more before it moves forward with these avances and restrictions for the density of what is proposed.
Thank you very much. Since we have 2 mics, you're welcome to line up behind each mic.
Can you put this up? Can you hand that
Sir, you have a, we can show that on the overhead if you want to put that right in the middle.
I can't see it. Okay.
If you will, I'm going to have you speak into the microphone. Sir?
Can you hand those out?
Sir, I'm going to have you
Yeah.
go to the middle one since
That's
you
fine.
have things that you're showing. The only difficulty is you're going to have a tough time seeing your clock, so you may have to look
Well,
around
you'll
the
remind me,
monitor.
I'm sure.
All right.
What I wanted to point out originally was we've had.
I need your name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. David Smith, 7105 Carmen Boulevard. We have had 3 meetings with the Ovation people, and the concerns that, some of the concerns that we did have, they have addressed. The concerns that we are still concerned about, if I may be redundant in that, is that the density is still 30 units per acre, and the height requirement is still above what we have in our residential neighborhood. We're handing this map out so you can see, just really see that the whole neighborhood that this apartment proposal is facing is the equivalent of that entire neighborhood in density. And it is also a story higher than every single thing in the entire map that you're seeing. It's beyond what is needed in that area. Mr. Mulaski has said that with the density instruction, if the density is reduced, it becomes a financial hardship. And under Title 19, there is no reason for a financial hardship for the density. The other thing I wanted to point out is that this is zoned for C1. As we all know, it's zoned for C1. And technically, what they're asking you to do is change the zoning. Every single waiver that's in Title 19 is being asked to be implemented so that this entire area is changed from a C1 zoning. What else did I want to say? I think that's about it. We just feel that its height and density is way beyond what we should have. And in the 3 meetings that we have had, 4 in some cases, that density has not changed. The height has not changed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
How you doing, sir? My name is Bob Vornberg with 1O. I live at 7001 English Mist. I live directly across the street from this project. I am definitely opposed to this project. I've been there since '86. I bought it, the house brand new. I live approximately right here, if you can see it on the overhead, okay? We don't have enough time to argue with you about, or Mr. Mulaski, about all the points that we are against. The density, the height, the traffic. Again, the traffic study is supposed to be done in September when the school's in session. I've got probably 35 points I'd love to argue about or discuss with each one of you in opposition to this project. If it was 2-story, I'd be overly happy about it. But evidently, a 2-story would not be profitable for Mr. Mulaski, okay? I appreciate that. I understand this was proposed 6 months ago at 2-story, and it never went through, okay? Now we're looking at 3- and 4-story, which I do oppose. I appreciate all your time and consideration for this. I don't see how the City and Planning Commission approved this, okay, because of the density and the height. That does not make sense to me. Again, I appreciate all your time and your consideration for this project. Again, I do oppose this, and I wish you would consider it and turn it down. What do I got left?
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds, okay. Again, this was proposed 6 years ago for 2-story, okay? We should have gone for it at that time, okay? I've been there since '86. I oppose it. The height, oh, hell. Oh, here's another overhead. The development proposed, my home is sitting right here, okay? It's a 2-story, it's only a 1-story. The proposed is almost 3- and 4-story, okay? They'll be looking in my backyard, okay? The neighborhood is a maximum of 2 stories. Again, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Sandra Smith. I live at 7105 Carmen Boulevard. And I just wanted to address The staff report stated that the proposed project is compatible with the surrounding development of the area, that we can't understand that at all. These are 1- and 2-story residential homes, there are condos, there are apartments, but as you can see, as was described, the height of this project is just enormous compared to what is already there. So we don't really understand that the 227-bed, 88,500 square foot senior citizen apartment is compatible with our neighborhood. We don't know how the development is compatible with the adjacent single-family developments, how the structure is contextually appropriate with other buildings in the area, and how the buildings are harmonious and compatible with the development in the area. So those are issues and items from the staff report that we don't understand. I don't think anyone would state that this is an unpleasant or an unnecessary project. It's a beautiful project, absolutely, positively, and it does serve a need, and we understand that and we respect that. But as far as placing it in our neighborhood, it just doesn't seem appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
My name is Carlos Cepeda. I'm from 7108 Carmen Boulevard. My issue here is that if you have noticed that none of the student traffic was ever mentioned by these developers. Now, I have gone through that street, Rock Springs, and every morning there are a lot of students walking across the street or going down the street, and there are over a busload of students out there, not counting those people that go to school on the other side of Vegas Drive. Now, we as leaders of this city must show that we are concerned with the students that we have today, so that they, as future leaders, would be concerned of the future students for their safety and for as they will become the future leaders. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Linda Wood. I live at 7201 Periwinkle Drive on the corner of Wintergreen and Periwinkle, and I can see Woofter Park and the elementary schools across from there. I see the traffic. It's enormous. I almost can't get out of that street onto Vegas Drive anymore. Adding 220 or however more units with parking spaces, however, I don't know how many they have, those parking spaces are for cars. Those people are going to be driving. We have children there constantly. They have different sessions. We have 2 different schools. There's over 1,800 children. They have games in the fields in the evenings and on weekends. And basic real estate law says like promotes like and value. Therefore, if you put something in there that isn't like what the rest of us are, it's going to decrease our values. And I don't know if you can see that on the overhead. Okay, I am not a graphic artist, okay? Each of these squares, the ones with the big stars and the ones with the small stars, are the same size of square. We have 24 acres represented on the large ones over here. We have approximately, I don't know, 500 and some odd people in there. I'm figuring 2 per unit. They're saying they won't have that many, but they could because it's allowed. Okay, there's 7 acres. If you can see how small those stars are. Those people are stacked in there like sardines. And they're going to be the people that are using the streets that we are having so much trouble with traffic. I saw the engineers do the study. They were there when there were no people around. Why would you do a traffic study? Why didn't they like that when no one's there? They need to put those little bumper things up that counts the cars. You can't even begin to count the buses. We have dozens of students coming in through there, dozens of buses, dozens and dozens. I've been a caregiver for 17 years. I say been because my last recently passed away. Okay, Caregiver means it's free. You're not paid. This is hard. These people require more emergency services. We do not need buses and emergency services battling for traffic on that small street when it goes to one lane each way on going over the 95, because the bridge is small. I've come home from vacations late at night. It's been completely blocked because of traffic accidents. So,
Thank you.
please-
We're out of time.
Are we? I thought that's what that was saying.
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
And please, you know, senior housing is so important. We do need it. We need 2 stories.
Hi, I'm Janet Carter. I live, this one? I live at 7008 Carmen Boulevard.
If you want to move to the outside one, you can probably see the clock better. There you go.
I live at 7008 Carmen Boulevard, and I am submitting additional signatures on our petition that we've already submitted. This is another 34 signatures and an additional 35 notifications to the Planning Commission, basically totaling 204 signatures on the petition against this development. I'm not a professional speaker, so I cannot paint the magical, beautiful, harmoniously wonderful picture that his speaker did give you. I can say I live there, and I feel that our voice should be as important as the developers. And I would appreciate it if there is a no vote on this development, because it's too high, too much traffic. It affects the safety, but not only that, they had somebody come around the neighborhood and try to scare people into agreeing to this petition, into agreeing to this development, saying that if you don't agree to it, you're going to be sorry. There's something far worse that's going to go in. You're going to be so sorry if you don't agree to this. That was not right. So I feel that was just morally wrong. And they don't live in this neighborhood, so they don't probably care about this neighborhood, even though she did make it sound as though they do. This is a magnificent development, but not in a residential subdivision. So I'm hoping that you vote no. We are in agreement to a 2-story, no problem. My big question was to the staffers, how they came up with this being congruent to the neighborhood. I would like to have them explain that to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you see this?
I'm going to have you, if you're going to be referencing something you're showing, go ahead and step in front of that microphone, please.
I'm Dennis Schultz, 7104 Copperleaf Drive. If you take note of this a little bit, just take a look at the comparisons up here and look at the highlighted bottom line, which is the proposed apartments. Units per acre, 32. Look at all the other numbers. 23, 14, 10, 7. Story height, 2, 3, and 4. For the proposed development, we got a maximum of 2. Zoning, that seems to be the real key here. Now, if you will look at this area from here to here, it's about 239 housing units. This little part here is about 230. Very high density. It's been Zone C1 since 1984. It's the only corner of these 4 corners here, it's the only one that is Zone C1. Why is it Zone C1? It's spot zoning. And if you look in Title 19, it defines spot zoning. Spot zoning, rezoning of a lot or parcel of land to benefit an owner for a use incompatible with surrounding land uses and does not further the general plan. This property was spot zoned in 1984, and that is why it has not and will not develop purely commercially. I'm going to submit this for the record. This property only has, back to this map, only has one, for all of these units, has one access point, Rock Springs. It's a 60-foot minor collector street. One access point. This entire big development we compared to earlier, we got access to Vegas Drive, we got access to Rock Springs, we got access all through here. A senior citizen's apartment use in the C1 zoning requires a special use permit, and Title 19 addresses that special use permit. Now, if you look at this, it's got certain requirements for that special use permit. It has minimum, and then it talks about over 3 stories in height. And it uses the terminology only, must, and those are defined in Title 19. In Title 19...
Sir, your time's up.
Can I have your time?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, in Title 19...
You have another minute. We let you go a minute over, so go ahead.
She don't get 2 minutes either?
No, you went a full minute over. So
Yeah,
you
but
already
she's
took
giving me
one.
her time.
You're getting it.
Okay, all right. Okay, use of certain words, the words shall and must and will are always mandatory. What does that mean? Does that mean we do waivers for that? Because that is what is happening in this zoning. We're using the C1 zoning for our density and our height, but we're basically doing a residential development. One of the requirements of this zoning is that you have non-residential ground floor commercial development. It's being waived. It also has a requirement to be oriented to the street, because the first one's being waived, the second one's waived. To me, this property is a residential zoning. It's spot zoned. It's just totally incorrect what's happening here. To take this type of development and put it in this existing neighborhood is not compatible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And by the way, we don't have a problem with the senior project. We don't have a problem with Mr. Mulaski. We know he develops a fine project. It's beautiful. We just have a problem with the intensity, the density, the height. You know, the neighborhood's 2 stories. Do a 2-story development, blend into a density that fits in, and we're fine with that.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
My name is Arthur Stern. I live at 7045 Brown Derby Circle. I have owned my home for the last 27 years, and I go on the record as being in support of the Ovation Project. There is nothing...
Sir, could you just, if you'll step back just a little bit.
There is nothing... there is nothing that would go better on this corner lot than a senior development. Therefore, I am in support of the program.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Judy McWhorter. I live at 7017 English Miss Circle, and we are in much need of a nice development that is going to bring our community up to a different standard. It's starting to get a little rundown. And this housing development would look beautiful. We have a nice dog park, and we have very, very good facilities. It would just be a great addition to our neighborhood. I know a lot of my neighbors are opposing it. That is fine. I understand what they're saying. At first, I had some doubts, but after going and reviewing some things, this would be an absolutely wonderful thing to go into our property right there. I am right at the end of the street of a cul-de-sac that faces that empty lot, and the fact that it is going to be seniors, and they've made, you know, the fact that it's going to be nobody under 40 is very appealing to me. I have no problems with what they're talking about with the traffic and the school children, and that's not going to change anything that we don't already have there. I am definitely in support of this project. I think it would be wonderful. We need an upgrade, a pickup on that corner with the landscaping and with the development and the way it's going to look. It will increase the value of our homes, and it will just be something very visually uplifting for the whole neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, do any other members of the public wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity for a brief reply. And I would ask that you address a few of the questions that were raised, including line of sight, traffic, compatibility. Those are just a few of the things that I wrote down.
Jennifer Lazovich, again, on behalf of the applicant. Let me start with, in no particular order to the comments that I heard. First of all, yes, we did have it, and I meant to do it on my presentation, and I'm sorry that I didn't do it. But we did have some people go out into the neighborhood and tell people what we were planning to build and see if there was any support for it. So I'm going to turn into the record a petition of support. We've had 110 people sign that petition so far, and if you look at your overhead, you can, our site is right here. This is Vegas, and here's Rock Springs, and this gives you an idea of where those signatures are coming from. Let me just start by saying I'm sorry if any of the neighbors felt that they were being threatened when people were going to their door. We certainly never meant for that to happen. Alan met personally with the people who are going to be talking to residents to make sure that, number one, it didn't come across like that, but more importantly, part of our story, and it's the truth, is to explain what the property is zoned for and the kinds of uses that could be there. So if by sharing that information it came across that way, we certainly apologize, but it was meant to be educational at each door, not anything other than that. With respect to the traffic, we heard a lot of comments about the traffic. If you look at tab number 4, this is probably the best way to maybe summarize the traffic issues. And again, I just want to state for the record, school was not in at the time this project got in the system and we had our first neighborhood meeting. So we committed again to go back out in between the Planning Commission and the City Council. And there's an asterisk at the bottom that says that we'll do that. But the senior apartments would generate a fraction of the trips that would be generated by, and one of the neighbors, at least one of the neighbors, suggested this is more appropriate for single-family homes. And from his perspective, I understand why he would say that. But when you plan this out for single-family homes, we did a site plan. It showed 106 single-family residences. You have to assume that families are living within those homes. And if there are families living in those homes, on average of 3, that doesn't mean that every single person has a car, but it means multiple trips per day. It means perhaps children getting enrolled into the school that, as we understand it from the neighbors, are already overcrowded. But again, as you compare single-family homes to our senior apartments, we are far less in terms of traffic. And the final comparison is if you did a commercial and office project, which it's zoned for, again, that's 222 trips or 111 cars, and that's a peak time between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m., for example. And in the afternoon from 4 to 6, it's far higher. It's 562 trips. Again, that's if it's commercial and office. That's compared to 57 trips or 29 cars with the project that we are proposing tonight. From a pure traffic standpoint, and again, I can only represent what a traffic engineer and a professional looked at when they created this, but our use provides, or I should say our use generates far, far, far less traffic than any other type of use that could go there. With respect to the comment about it being spot zoning, I can't say why this property was zoned C1 all those years ago, but it's been zoned C1 for a really long time. We are not trying to change the zoning, although I understand from the neighbor's perspective it might look like that because we're putting a residential into a C1, but the C1 zoning remains in place. Title 19 allows us to apply for a special use permit, which is what we're here tonight asking for senior apartments. I would ask your staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that you could ask for a special use permit for apartments under 55 in a C1. I believe that the only ability to do that, I might be wrong, but I believe the only ability to do that is if it's seniors. That's why we're able to come forward tonight, keep the C1 zoning, but ask for the special use permit for the seniors. In terms of the comments about it being too tall and too dense, I think that was really the majority of comments that you heard from all the neighbors. And they've been consistent with us, and we've tried to have very open discussions in all of our neighborhood meetings. And yes, it is true that Alan Mulaski, when he explaining why he couldn't just continue bringing the density of the project down, ultimately at some point he knows the cost to develop this. And to develop this, it's how much is the land cost to buy, the cost to actually build the project, build what amounts to a sound wall on 95, all of that. Then he has to balance that with the kind of rents that he actually thinks he can get for a market rate project. And we did analysis to say if we lost 50 or 100 units, how much more would we have to bump up the rents of each of those units? It's in your binder. It's under tab number 1, and I'll just read it to you quickly. If we lost 50 units, we would have to increase the rent, and I never told you what the rent was, and my apologies for that. The rents for these units we anticipate to be between $900 for a studio and $1,100 for a 2-bedroom. So if we lost 50 units, we'd have to increase the rent of each of those units by about $114. And if we lost 100 units, we'd have to increase the rent of each of those units by over $300. So we know that we would ultimately be setting ourselves up, and quite frankly the neighborhood up, for a project that wouldn't be successful, either because it wouldn't get built or it wouldn't get occupied, and then that wouldn't be a good thing either. And we've just been very honest about the reasons why we can't take that density down. Now on the final comment about height, and then I'll answer any questions that you might have. We have made changes to adjust the height. Clearly there are still concerns from the neighbors about the 3-story, which is in blue, and the portion in green is 4-story. I heard over and over 2-story, as long as the density came down, was okay. At our last neighborhood meeting, which was on Thursday night, and it's the Thursday night before what amounts to a 3-day weekend, and the city is closed, and I think your staff would never have been happy if I would have turned in a revised plan. But one comment was brought up by Councilwoman Tarkanian, who attended the meeting. She asked the neighbors if taking the 2 buildings closest to Rock Springs down to 2 stories, rather than keeping them 3 stories, and then the units that essentially we lose by reducing the height here, we make up for by increasing another portion of this building back by 95 to 4 stories, if that would be something that the neighbors would be open to. And it was right at the end of the meeting, so I don't know that, that there was any real consensus about that, but we commit to you that as we move forward to City Council, that if that's something that you direct us to do, to try to get the height closest to the neighbors on Rock Springs down to 2-story, then we'll work with staff to get in some plans that would show those changes. But I couldn't do it with the close time frame that we had going into the hearing tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to close the public comment and open this for discussion amongst the planning commissioners. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if this question is most appropriate for staff or the applicant, but when we talk about this privacy and the height, we used to deal with a kind of a triangular looking thing that showed the distance between the house and the apartment or the multi-storied structure, and there was a 1-to-3 ratio or something that once they achieved that, whatever the proper ratio was, and I forget, it mitigated and just for all practical purposes eliminated the height and the people are going to be looking in my backyard and that type of argument. So where are we on this particular, in regards to what's happening coming off of Rock Springs and then also with the residential units that are on the south end of the project? How are they doing with that little height exhibit, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. The properties to the south are a multifamily property and are not subject to the residential adjacency standards. But what you're seeing here is an exhibit for the residential adjacency from Rock Springs. I believe the top one is for the west-facing elevation on their first building, and then a south-facing elevation, as well as the west-facing elevation on the bottom portion. Now, in regards to residential adjacency, you're correct. There's a 3-to-1 slope in which each foot of building height, you'd have to be set back 3 feet from the protected property line. And as this is depicting, they're in conformance with those standards.
Okay, so, you know, to approve or to disapprove, we should be able to justify our decision, our vote. And from what you just said, the height restrictions and the privacy restrictions don't really come into play because of the height exhibit standards. That even a worst-case scenario, if they were to apply, these would meet those requirements.
Regarding the southern property line, I have to take a look at that as far as the Rock Springs, basically to the west. It does comply to those standards from the single-family dwellings, which are the applicable protected properties under the residential adjacency standards.
So I was reading and not listening, I'm sorry. So the ones from Rock Springs that are to the south are okay with the 1 to 3 setback or not?
Pete, do you want me to respond?
Yeah.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman. So from Rock Spring, oh, I'm sorry, you need to look at what I'm showing you.
Rock Springs is,
Okay. So Rock
goes
Springs-
north and south there, right?
Rock Springs runs west of us. Okay?
Correct.
So at 3-to-1 from the buildings that sit here, I should say the whole project, but the whole project, from a 3-to-1 setback to the homes that are west of Rock Springs, the project meets that requirement.
Okay,
Okay.
right where your nice shiny new wedding ring is.
So from here to here.
It's the other hand, yes.
Yes.
Okay, but from right here, where your index finger is, to the first batch of blue buildings,
Yes,
do they meet the 3-to-1 setback?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is along the same lines, and it's from up north where we talk about Vegas Drive, where the 4-story are located. If I remember correctly, and I have only driven that road twice a year for the last 30 years, you know, that is where Vegas Drive goes up and becomes a pretty lousy overchange. Okay, but it goes up. Okay, so if we were to take some argument and say it's really someone's going to be peeking in our backyard, our privacy's been invaded, that's a ridiculous argument because it's a big wide street that's going up. There's no one that lives there on that street.
That is true.
Okay, so and then the other argument that I keep hearing but I'm not understanding is that we need to have the traffic study done during school. Okay, now to have it have any accuracy at all, we would do one now and then let the facility be built and then do another traffic study to see if there's a bona fide impact. My son was born when I was 50. So I think that's a rarity. But I don't think many people under 40 are having children that are going to create additional students at the school. What you're going to have is more people with dogs going to the dog park. I know the area, you know. That's what you're going to have. Now, I get to the point that people don't like to be pushed. All you need to do is push me and see what happens, and I don't think I'm all that unique. But when you talk about we got a C1 parcel here, I would invite someone from the Planning Commission to tell us what can go into a C1 zone. And with the layout of this particular parcel, There's only one place where you gain access, and that's coming off Red Rock. So I'm not going to say what could be built there. But if when you ask the planners, what could be built in a C1? And how would that traffic impact the road there, Red Springs Drive? You're all of a sudden, you're seeing, my God, do we want a C1 project there really? And how long can you expect that parcel to sit there vacant? You know, I think it's getting to be decision time. So could someone read just for the record briefly what kinds of things could go into C1? What could we expect? I mean, a dance hall, a massage parlor, a rendering plant? I mean, you do, so you know already. Okay, all right, good, thank you then. It's unnecessary.
If you look at the back of
Okay, don't bother.
tab 6, it actually lists the uses. That's why the neighbors are saying that, because we provided that to them. The
I know
back of
there's some-
tab 6 lists out the uses. And one final, just one quick point, and even though Commissioner Trowbridge didn't actually ask me the southern 3-to-1 setback question, I like to make sure I'm accurate on everything and I don't leave something out. On the plan, when we moved to this plan, we had to ask for a residential adjacency variance south. The plan that you saw in July we complied with all residential adjacency, and it had some 4-story elements along Rock Springs, and yet we still complied. But in an effort to bring the heights down relating to the homes on Rock Springs, there's a small portion of this building on the south, and there's townhomes just to the south of us that we need that variance for. It was just, you know, the first project didn't have it, but trying to get some of the height down by Rock Springs brought us into a variance that we otherwise wouldn't have had.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've only got one more comment, and I'll shut up, I promise. Just by virtue of full disclosure, my mother-in-law lives in one of these facilities. These are not assisted living. That's the big difference. These are age-restricted. You know, one is basketball and one is football. They don't have anything to do with each other, you know. My mother-in-law lives in the age-restricted community that's there by Las Vegas Boulevard and Rampart. And she lives in a one-bedroom, and I think her rent is right at $900 or something. But where I'm going is the driving part. Yes, she owns a vehicle, and she goes and starts that thing up once a day. Once a week, she drives it all the way around the parking lot and reparks in her spot. And my mother-in-law is a pretty active old gal. She loves to go to all the events that are held in the facility, the card room, sorry fellas, the swimming pool, you know, all the amenities that are provided, she takes advantage of. And this is what I would describe as an upper end residence. A lot of people, when you get to be a certain age, you just don't want to mess around with home ownership anymore.
I'm sorry, we can't have questions.
I'll be glad to talk to you about it later. It's, you know, I didn't hear your question.
All right, Commissioner Quinn, did you have, I'm sorry, if you're finished, Commissioner Trowbridge.
I think I was cut off before I got to make my final statement.
Please do.
It's an upper end unit down there, and it's not something to be afraid of, and it's clearly not affordable housing at that level. Affordable housing goes down to the $500 levels, so they're not talking about, you know, cheap places. Look at the furnishings, look at the amenities that are provided. You're not talking cheap here, you're talking upper end. That's my speech, sorry.
Commissioner Flangus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at this very analytically, and I look at where it's located. It's on Vegas Drive, which is a fairly highly traveled street, and you got Rock Springs. Now, with all due respect to the neighbors, and I don't mean to scare you, there could be a lot more traffic-dense uses in that property. What you have here is a high-end residential area that's going to be highly landscaped. It appears to It appears to be geared towards the 55 and over crowd. I don't really buy into the arguments about traffic compatibility and the like. The only thing that gave me concern listening to everybody talking tonight was the height. And after hearing that 3-to-1 ratio, that it did comply with that, I feel a little bit better about the project. I know you probably don't like it, but the bottom line is, every time we have a meeting, people come in and they say that this is going to devalue my property, it's going to make my property values go down. I have yet to have anybody come in with an appraisal or any type of competent evidence that it has made their property values go down. I do not see how this would make your property values go down, so I really don't buy into that argument. As to the profit argument, everything that's built is for a profit, and you really cannot hold that against an individual because they're trying to make a profit on the property that they own. And quite frankly, it's unreasonable for anybody to think that an owner of property has to keep it vacant because they've been living there for a long time. You got to remember too that this property is backed up against the expressway, and so it's not really a good fit for single family anyway, to be honest with you. If you look at it, nobody wants to invest in a home backed up against the expressway. So now what you have is what appears to be a very beautiful project. It's a pretty good buffer, in my opinion, between what could happen there. It's a good buffer between you and the expressway. I think as far as the traffic goes, I'm going to have to echo what Commissioner Trowbridge is saying. I just can't see that many trips every day coming out of that place on Rock Springs. I also don't really buy into that this will present a traffic problem for the schools. I live up in Summerlin, and the schools that where my kids go to, there's probably 6 or 7 neighborhoods that pour out onto the same street. And I think the traffic density is even much higher, but my kids are able to negotiate it. One of them is in 3rd grade, the other one's in 5th grade, and they've been walking to school since kindergarten, both of them. And so I really don't buy into that. I do try to take all the neighbors' concerns into my analysis. I just don't see it, and I apologize to y'all. I know that you don't like what I'm saying here, but the bottom line is I think this is a good fit for the neighborhood. Again, my biggest concern was your privacy issues. Having been represented to me that there is not a privacy issue because you got that 3-to-1 ratio. I also want to just point out on that privacy issue, I looked at the landscape plan, and it appears there's several layers of landscape plan. You know, you see the trees next to the sidewalk, trees next to the wall, trees on the inside. I think you're screened off pretty good from it. I don't pretend to know what's best for your neighborhood, but I do believe that this is a good fit from a land use, so I will be supporting this project.
Would you touch on density, please?
Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for Ms. Lazovich. The townhomes to the south, are those 2-story?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the only place where you're not meeting the residential adjacency standards and setbacks, correct?
Correct.
And along that south perimeter, are you planning on putting landscape and trees? What's going in that particular area?
Back on the overhead, please. So this is the one area in the staff report. You'll see this, here's the 2-story townhomes, and then you'll see what amounts to be colored landscaping. We had to put a waiver in for this area right here because there's a flood control channel, essentially, that goes underneath here. So we're not allowed to put trees right there, but we are allowed to put bushes. But the little landscape parking lot fingers, those will have trees, and then we're doing trees adjacent to the building to make up for it. We just can't have it in your typical place right on the wall.
Okay. Another question through you, Chairman, for Ms. Lazovich. The reason why you put the 2-story up against the highway versus 3-story, is that due to noise concerns of having 3-story backed up against 95?
You mean why didn't we make these units 3-story?
3-story and then the ones closer to the west, the two-story.
You know, I think ultimately when, after the second neighborhood meeting, when we made the change to go to this plan, I think it was difficult because remember, these are carriage units and these don't have elevators.
I'm sorry, they're what
We
units?
call them carriage units because it's above a garage. So there'll be a garage on the ground floor and then the unit will be above the second floor. And because they're, I'll call them individual blocks of units, you couldn't put an elevator in every single one of them. So we know that there are active seniors that could be okay with stairs on these units, but the rest of these will all be accessed via elevators. So we didn't want to, it just made it impossible to turn these into 3 stories.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to repeat anybody else's comments already made. Thanks.
Commissioner Creer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions deal with the Section 8 issue, and I don't know how you can not allow Section 8 residents to participate in this residential area. From the onset, it seems discriminatory, and I would like to get some type of clarification of how that is. I mean, there's Section 8 all around the city in every area, and I don't see that being a negative, and I sure wouldn't want the Planning Commission or the city to endorse some initiatives that would discriminate against persons for Section 8.
Is that a correct?
It's more of a question.
More of a, okay.
How is
Because
that
if it was
possible?
a statement, I didn't want
Is
to.
is that legal? And then if it's legal, is it moral?
Got it. I understand. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, I'd like Bob Mills, the attorney, to address at least the first question. The second part of that, I think, is a discussion. I understand the moral side of it.
That's fine. I am going to ask you to keep that to about 2 minutes, okay?
Yes, my name is Bob Mills. I'm an attorney with Goldfarb & Lippman, and prior to my work at Goldfarb & Lippman, it's a law firm in Oakland, California, I have been there 15 years. Prior to that, I was an attorney for HUD for almost 10 years. And part of that, for 2 years of that time, I was doing fair housing enforcement for HUD, so I'm very familiar with the fair housing laws. And to specifically answer your question, I don't believe there's any law in effect that requires property owners to accept Section 8. It's been discussed at some point, but I think the government, including HUD, has been reticent about requiring landowners to accept Section 8, basically to require landlords to volunteer, or not volunteer, to mandate them to participate in this government assistance program. So where there's some other kind of federal assistance, like FHA insured mortgage, tax credits, some other kind of local assistance, there often is a requirement that the property owner accepts Section 8. But if there's no kind of government overlay, then I'm not aware of any requirement that the property owner accepts Section 8.
Thank you very much. I don't believe we got your address.
I'm sorry, 1300 Clay Street in Oakland?
Okay, thank you.
But if we were to accept this, or deny, if we were to accept it, then we would, since the conditions are not enforceable, then we would be accepting them potentially without staff's conditions.
Mr. Chairman, I guess that's the question I have. You said the first instance you would have a deed restriction with regard to the 55 and over. That would be a deed restriction with the city. Who would be the parties to the deed restriction for all the rest of these conditions?
Well, I spoke, Jennifer Lazovich, for the record. I suppose my answer to that, until I got your email, would have been that in the declaration of restrictions that we agreed to as part of this special use permit application, I suppose the city would have been the other party as it's phrased to be right now. If in fact that is something that the city won't accept those restrictions on, we still committed to do it for the neighbors. So I guess this is a long way of me saying I don't know who the other party would be, short of just saying we will still record something against the property or voluntarily make it part of the record that we are still willing to abide by those limitations. I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to find a balance between what the neighbors are asking and what is the city's position is as well.
And my position, Mr. Chairman, was just that, you know, it'd be hard for the city to, every day, 365, 24 hours a day, to determine whether those conditions were being met, whether, you know, one person was 55, one person was 40, there were two people in there versus 3 people versus, there's no way the city could ever go in and enforce that on a daily basis. So that would be my only issue.
Commissioner Creer, does that?
Yeah, I just would want to be a part of something that would, going into it saying, we are not going to accept Section 8. Now, the developer, I guess from legality standpoint, has a right to do what he wants to do, but I don't want to be a part of something that says we will not accept Section 8 vouchers.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess what, and Commissioner, I guess what the attorney from Oakland was indicating, that normally for Section 8, it normally is the property owner applying to Section 8 to be able to accept those vouchers, and then Section 8 would go and look at the property, make sure it complies with certain restrictions. So in that instance, I'm assuming they're saying that they're not going to do that application to HUD to be able to accept Section 8.
Right, but the application wouldn't come to us, it would go to
No, yeah, but they just wouldn't be the active party actually seeking out Section 8 residents.
Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
I apologize for breaking my promise. The way it works at my mother-in-law's facility is that the age restrictions in terms of guests or people under 55 are a matter of the rental agreement. And that's managed and administered by the on-site resident. And believe me, those senior citizens, if someone has their grandchild stay 2 or 3 extra days, somebody's calling that property manager and say, we don't want the big wheel out in front of our house. And it's self-controlled very tightly, probably way more aggressively than the city would ever be inclined to do.
Commissioner Cherry and then Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I personally hope that the project accepts some Section 8. I think there's a lot of seniors that are barely getting by, and this could help bridge a gap, maybe a small portion for consideration. The question I had, though, was on the 3-to-1, was that on the 3-story on the parcels that are next to Rock Springs, or were they 2-story?
Back to the overhead, please. Here's Rock Springs, right where my hand is. The 2 buildings that are immediately adjacent to Rock Springs are 3-story, but they meet the 3-to-1 setback. The only place where we don't meet the 3-to-1 setback is going south towards the townhomes to the south in this 3-story area.
Okay, I think where I was a little confused on the exhibit that showed the diagram, it looked like a 2-story structure.
Yes, it was probably this corner right here.
Okay.
Because it's so if you can imagine this,
Can we go back to are you pointing to the overhead?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. Right here, there's a 2-story portion of this building, and the 3-to-1 relates going south. So the portion that you see on that exhibit that was just on the screen shows 2-story, and then the 3-story stepping back from it. That was referencing this building right here where we clip an edge.
You know, I think it's a great project. I think it's a wonderful fit. I do think it is a great project. I do feel that the 2 buildings closest to Rock Springs could be a little imposing, being 3 stories. But I do feel like the applicant, I heard, would be willing to maybe make the back building a 4-story and put those to 2 stories. I'd just be curious to know what the rest of the commission feels on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn.
Good evening, Ms. Lazovich. I have a few questions. My first question, of course, is will you designate a few units that are completely wheelchair accessible for a senior in a wheelchair?
Yes, the answer to that is yes.
Yes. And then the second question you answered with Mr. Cherry, Commissioner Cherry, you are going to work with the councilwoman's office between now and city council to see if you cannot change that 3-story building that encroaches into their neighborhood into another area that is at least imposing. Is that correct to say?
Yes, I think that we're hearing direction tonight to provide plans to staff well in advance of city council that would show the two buildings adjacent to Rock Springs as 2 stories, and then we pick up some additional 4-story back towards 95. But we need to provide those plans to staff.
Okay, so that's on your mind, and you're going to
Yes.
do that, okay. And then I asked you today on the phone, I don't remember the answer, is this place going to provide like a bus, like in some senior housings where they take them to the grocery store, the doctors within 10 miles, whatever they need to do? There's kind of like a thing that a bus from the place that does that. You're not doing that?
On this particular project, I think on his affordable ones, he has done that, but because we're going for market rate on this one, there was no plans to provide a bus.
Okay, that's fine. The other thing I want to know, when my mom lived in one of these, there was always a unit, Mr. Mulaski and Ms. Lazovich, on like 1 or 2 floors that was kept empty, where in case of a family was coming to visit, they could rent this one unit for like $75 a night. And it's just a thought to eliminate too many people staying in one unit. You might want to pass that along and think about it.
Okay.
And also, how do you plan on policing a unit that maybe there's 3 people in it one night and then 2 more follow in, and, before you know it, you've got 6 living in one apartment because they have nowhere else to go? What's going to happen there, Jen?
So that goes back to the occupancy limits that we were voluntarily putting on ourselves. I think Commissioner Trowbridge is right. Seniors are very active at policing their own surroundings. I think the first line of defense would be one of the seniors coming to the on-site manager, but I think the second line of defense is it's the on-site manager who lives there, and I think that when you're there and you're that involved, you know what's coming in and out of a unit. So if in
Right.
fact there was the possibility where you had people exceeding those maximum occupancies, then we would go in and say, you can't do that. You need
Right.
to get back down to the occupancy that your lease says and that you have signed that takes your occupancy to either 2 or 3 people, whatever the case may be.
Right. And then I just wanted to say to the neighbors, and, it's funny, because last month we had an application in front of us of a piece of property that had been sitting empty for forever. There's been nothing on it. And there was many things proposed for this piece of property, and at the end of the day, they never liked anything. They didn't want anything there. And what they got last month was something they really didn't want, but it was the perfect fit for that area. Had they allowed something else to go in 10 years ago, they wouldn't be facing what they're facing now. So my comment to you is, don't kick a gift horse in the mouth, because I know you're rolling your eyes and you're thinking, I don't know what I'm talking about, but after sitting up here 7 years, it's very rare that you see somebody come to a piece of property that is already zoned C1 and is only asking to build apartments for seniors. I can tell you, you already know what could be going there, and it's very hard to argue a C1 zoning. So I compliment the developer, and I compliment Ms. Lazovich for not only having one neighborhood meeting, but having 3. And with that, I'm going to support this motion tonight. And if anybody's ready, I'll make the motion.
I think we are ready for a motion.
Thank you. Regarding SUP 59492, the abeyance, I'm going to follow staff recommendation for approval this evening.
Motion is to approve item 20. Please vote.
I'm sorry, was that for item number 20, which was the variance?
That was for item 20.
The variance?
Yes.
Oh, did I skip one?
You said, I thought you said the use permit, so my apologies.
No. 20 and 21, right? 21 and 22. Okay, and then regarding, are you ready, girls? Yeah, regarding 21, the SUP 5942 is to follow staff's recommendation for approval as well.
The vote is to approve item 21, which is SUP 59492.
Right, I just mixed them up.
So is that with the conditions as staff?
Yes.
Staff conditions? Okay.
And then on item number...
Hang on, hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please vote.
Thank you.
That motion also carries.
Thank you. And then the last one is item 22, SDR 59494. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval this evening.
Mr. Chairman, on that one, would you consider deleting condition number 10, which would require us to remove the billboard? That's the area, we don't own the billboard, so we can't agree to move it.
Yes, I would ask that that condition be removed because they don't own the billboard. Is that right, Mr.? Okay, thank you.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Eliminate that.
Okay,
There
the
you go.
motion is to approve item 22
Thank
with
you.
the deletion of condition number 10. Please vote. That motion also carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, item 20, 21, and 22 will be heard by the City Council on October 21st, 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going over 2 hours now, so we're going to be in recess for probably 10 to 15 minutes at the longest.
Hours of zone on number 20.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is called back to order. We are going to pull an item forward. This is item 59. SUP 60423. The applicant owner is 3101 Rancho LP for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed motor vehicle sales use with a waiver to allow 2,846 square feet dedicated to the use, where 25,000 square feet is the minimum required at 3101 North Rancho Drive in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use would operate out of a 2,100 square foot office and interior showroom within the existing 4,950 square foot commercial building. In addition to the showroom and the interior, the applicant is proposing to occupy 4 existing parking spaces or 648 square feet of parking for lot for a vehicle display. As proposed, the motor vehicle sales use does not adhere to the minimum requirements for a 25,000 square foot minimum lot size, and a waiver is needed. Staff is recommending denial of the project. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Okay, good evening, sir. Your name and address, please.
Dennis Russ, 522 East Tween Avenue. I respectfully ask you to hold this in abeyance to the next meeting.
Okay, so that's the reason I called this forward.
Thank you.
I learned that you were asking for an abeyance. Let me open this for public comment. Are there any members of the public that are here that wish to speak either for or against the item or with regard to the request for the abeyance? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public comment and entertain a motion. Commissioner Carrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Agenda item 59, SUP 60423. I recommend and make a motion to obey this until our next meeting next month.
Motion is to obey item 59. Please vote. That motion passes. The item is obeyed to the October 13 Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Moving on to item 23. This is an abeyance item, MSP 59949. The applicant owner is Abzian LLC for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved master sign plan, ARC 11950, with waivers of the town center sign standards to allow 2 LED digital display boards at 7175 North Durango Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the proposed signs are out of scale for the development, and the number of required waivers reinforces the unsuitability of the 2 proposed signs for this site. For these reasons, staff recommends denial of this application. However, if approved, there are conditions.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Greg Esposito, 1442 White Drive, assisting Lucy Stewart on this application. Originally hers. She had another hearing to attend at this same time. So, as you heard, staff is recommending denial, and we understand why. This is, if I've read the backup correctly, this is, I think, the first LED signage request in the town center overlay. And I was a planning commissioner for 4 years for the county. When we would see, 5 different waivers of development standards, it would raise our alarms also. But development standards are written so that the default position is denial, and then the applicant can come forward and hopefully prove the worth of the project, and then you can make your own decisions. And I believe that this project does actually have some merit. The reason the applicant needs these signs is basically it's business related. So earlier, when you were discussing the convenience store, the issue of banners and signs in the landscaping came up, and that's of course not allowed. This is a very attractive medical facility, and so the owner doesn't want to start putting illegal signs in the landscaping, decreasing the visual effect of the building. And so they're coming forward with these 2, asking for these 2 signs, because they need a little bit more advertising of the services that are available on site. There's a little bit of turnover in these offices, and it takes a little bit of time to change the existing signs as to who's there. These LED displays will allow for a faster turnover as far as the signs. But then also, given the limited space that they have to use on the side of the building, the tenants are asking for a little bit more visibility, asking for a little bit more of an ability to advertise the services that they offer. And so in order to keep the building full and fully occupied, these signs will help the business stay vibrant. So the balance is helping the business, but then not negatively affecting the neighbors. And the way that these signs could negatively affect the neighbors is if they're too bright, if it inconveniences them once the sun goes down. So I went out there around 3 a.m. Monday when it was darkest and no vehicular traffic to take the best pictures I could that would really represent the impact, the potential impact on the neighborhood, the neighbors. So if we can go to the overhead, I took some pictures that I've printed out. So these are the 5 or 6 houses that would be the most affected by the southernmost sign. Okay, so I just wanted I took this picture in order to show you who would be affected. And this is in the parking lot, as I said, around 3 a.m. The southernmost sign would go on that little square of the building. As you can see, the area is already pretty well lit, lighting the staircase and the parking area for safety and security reasons. And so the one LED sign, I think it's 7 by 11, would go on that panel of the building right there. So I walked to where the houses are, the houses that I showed you. I walked to exactly where they are. And you can see that the sign will go right there on that little pop-out of the building. And I think you can visualize that it wouldn't be too much of a negative effect. I don't think it would add much more light to the area that's already there. If I can point out that this sign is for the tavern that is just south of the medical building, and it's closer to the residences, and as you can see, it's very bright. This is the sign itself, and this is actually a reflection off of the white wall. So it's not uncommon. So this amount of light isn't uncommon for the parking lot. This is the same picture, just shifted over to the left a little bit. This is the amount of light that's currently in the parking lot. The one sign, the one LED sign over here, will not have too much of an effect on the nearby residences, too much, if any. Then you have the larger sign. You have the larger sign that is on the intersection of Durango and Elkhorn. These are major arterials, and so they're already naturally bright. The off-sites have been installed, and the intersection has been improved fully. So this is a picture taken just about the vicinity of where the larger LED sign will be going on that intersection facing northeast. Okay. Right there on the building is where it will go. They'll take this sign off, and it will fit neatly in that little square. Sort of goes against what staff has said as far as it doesn't fit the building. They are trying to put these 2 signs on parts of the building where they will still have a positive visual effect. This is a development across the street, which has its own set of lighting, just showing that it's not, the intersection is not dark by any means. This is the lot. So there are 2 vacant lots to the north of this project. I went on OpenWeb, Gizmo, the county's website, to find out who owns them, because during some of our discussions, future development came up, and I couldn't tell you who owns them. The owner is listed as USA, so I assume that because of all the development going on up there with the 215 and the 95, I don't know who owns them, but it's probably a government agency that currently owns these 2 parcels. Either way, they're zoned town center. With the size of the arterials, the streets going through here, chances are they're going to be developed commercial, or at least have a commercial buffer if any residents are ever put in. When I was out there, I actually saw this sign on the northwest parcel, future home of a CSN campus. For all I know, though, this sign could have been put up in 2007 before things changed dramatically. But the point is that that was the nature of what was going to be going on in this area. Further residential was not in the plans. And so looking directly into the building, this is where the second larger LED sign would be. I don't believe that it will have a negative impact on the traffic flow, and it won't have any negative impact on any residences because it doesn't face any residences. It currently faces a dirt lot. Now, a few of us, when I met with a few of you, we discussed the nature of the animation, okay? This will not be a video screen. They will not be showing any video on this. It will, an advertisement for a service offered or a medical office on property will be advertised. It will stay up there for the standard 3 seconds. It will not have a scrolling marquee. It will not have a flashing animation. I know we discussed the potential distraction for drivers there. So this will be a static image that changes 3 to 5 seconds. There is an automatic dimmer, so as the sun goes down, the light will become dimmer to prevent it from being a nuisance to drivers and the nearby residences. And so we believe that we will not be a negative impact to the nearby neighbors or to potential future neighbors to the north of the project. And we hope that you can see fit to approve this application.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this as a planning commission. I'm going to go first. I know that originally you had intentions of putting a freestanding lighted sign here, and I appreciate you working with me and the Mayor Pro Tem's office regarding that. I think this is a good compromise. I think it has less impact. I think it makes it more compatible with the area, and so you're going to see my support on this.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I don't have a problem with sign B, which is the south sign, due to its proximity to the other buildings. You're not going to be distracting people as people are driving up and down Durango. But I do have an issue with how big it is. The sign A, I mean, that could be blinding going down the street. And you could say you can put automatic dimmer on it, but when you have 11-foot by 28-foot LED sign on a major thoroughfare, I've been blinded by the Viva Las Vegas sign, which is 1/3 of this sign. Been blinded by a lot of the other LED signs. So I don't, and this always comes up every time LEDs come before us. And a question for staff, is there a way that we can have a plan inspection or building inspection when they open, just one, so they can see how bright their sign actually is as allowed by our code?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. The LED sign ordinance was passed recently. It allows a sign to be no brighter than 300 nits, and it has to have an adjustable dimmer switch on it so that at night the light gets dimmer and stays at that 300 feet. During the daytime, when the luminescence of the sign will change due to the background lighting, it can get brighter, but it can't exceed the 300 nits at any time. We do annual inspections with all of our items. Code enforcement does that. They're part of the planning department. They do an annual inspection on every application that comes through Planning Commission and City Council. So there will be a review of that sign at some point. And if we do get a complaint that the sign is too bright and exceeds the nits, we have a meter now that can measure that, and we'll go out and measure it.
May I speak to that, please?
If there's a question, you can.
Okay, I feel more comfortable with that. But does staff also go out in the evening or just during the day?
Code enforcement will go out in the evening if necessary in order to measure that. If the complaint is during nighttime hours, they will go out and measure the sign at night.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Let me give you a chance to briefly respond now that he's finished.
I had told you I would go back to the applicant and ask if they would agree to not have fully bright screens at nighttime where it would be a white background with black lettering, and they have agreed to that. They will keep what they put up there to a darker background with lighter lettering, which would reduce the potential to blind drivers. So we can make that condition or put that as part of the agreement to where we'll keep the animation as dim as possible in order to prevent traffic problems.
Commissioner Quinn?
My concern, through you, Mr. Chairman, is that if this is approved for this building, how are we going to say no to others that are coming along the pike? I think it's fine on this building, and I think it's gonna sit well, and I agree with you. But I'm just worried that we're opening like Pandora's box for more and more to come, so that's where I'm at. I'm thinking about it, so I'm on the fence.
Thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge?
Well, you're absolutely right. This is the Pandora's box, but I also think it's modern technology that's coming into play here. And I heard you say once there would be no animation, and then I heard it again that there would be limited or something. And so I just want it for clear, these are just going to be a static sign with letters. It's not going to be, here's Dr. Smiley, come visit us for a teeth overhaul or something. We don't want to see that. Just that Dr. Smiley is here, and then 10 seconds later, it's Dr. Jones, and 10 more seconds, it's the name of the people that are practicing in the facility primarily.
Yes, it's not going to be a moving video. It won't be a bouncing smiley face. We would like to reserve the right to put a picture up there that helps demonstrate, what it is we're trying to say, but that picture won't be moving. So my answer to you is it may not just be letters. We may actually have a picture of a person, but that person won't be moving, it won't be scrolling, it'll be a static image.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Esposito, question for you is, only advertisement of on-property subject matter?
Yes.
Okay, because that changes the dynamic of the display. If you're going to start advertising non-property advertisement, that turns into a billboard, and that's a different story.
No, this is only for the
Same
doctors.
question I might have a little bit later on this evening as well. We have another agenda item about the same thing, similar.
The one exception is that we have agreed with the Mayor Pro Tem that if there are community announcements that the city would like to put up on the screen, flood watches or anything like that, that the applicant has agreed that if approached by the city, they'd be willing to dedicate some of the time and space to community announcements, relevant community announcements. That's the only exception that we would put in as a gentleman's agreement.
Thank you.
Can staff address that as well as a potential condition regarding the static images and the darker background at night?
Well, in regards to the static images, the code allows a 6-second interval between the static images. It's much similar to what the freeway digital billboards are. They're all at 6 seconds, and they change every 6 seconds. That's the requirement of our current code. As far as the background goes, if they meet the 300 nit requirement, I think their sign should be fine in any state, whether it's a dark background with different letters on it in the nighttime. It might be difficult for us to come out all the time and look at that, but the 300 nits was a standard that staff recommended to Planning Commission and City Council based upon the research we did through the Federal Highway Commission. They haven't actually adopted those standards yet. They're about to, any day now perhaps. As I said last time, about 6 months ago, they haven't done so yet, but those are the standards they're recommending, is that 300 nits. And I think that does it. Just one other item I just want to address. The community service signs are permitted on your signage, so you are more than encouraged to do it. It's not considered off-premise advertising to say it's Flash Flood Awareness Month, be safe, don't drive through floodwaters. Those are allowed.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 23, MSP 59949, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 23. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 23 is final action unless approved to the City Council within 10 days.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. We are to item 24, GPA 60759. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment to amend the master plan land use designation table of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan use element. This applies to all wards, and staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chair, if I could just maybe go back and correct that last item. There was a correction on that last item.
Item 23 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 business days.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, currently the PCD land use allows for a density of 8 units to the acre, which this has worked very well for suburban development, has been successful for such master plan developments as Lone Mountain, Cliffs Edge, and some of our other master plan communities. However, this density cap doesn't work well for urban infill developments. This proposed change to the land use table would add another tool in the zoning toolbox for innovative land use designs for PCD, planned community development. It would allow projects of over 40 acres to request a density of greater than 8 units to the acre, and that would have to be required, approved by Planning Commission and City Council with a complete plan and complete development standards as a public hearing. Staff is recommending approval of this request in order to allow for greater innovative designs to be brought forward to Planning Commission and City Council for infill developments.
Okay, thank you.
We will answer any questions if you have any.
Can I get an idea of how many people are here tonight to speak on this item? About a dozen, maybe 10. Let's, 3 minutes? Let's do a 3-minute time limit on each of you, and if you'll approach the microphone. By the way, there are clocks between the outside microphones and the video monitors for you to keep track of what time is left. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Frank Schreck. I live at 9824 Winter Palace Drive in Queens Ridge, a PCD. So I can alleviate some of the concern. Many of the people that are here with me from Queens Ridge are not going to speak very long. I'll probably speak longer than most. It's always been my understanding in this community that the Las Vegas City 2020 master plan provides homeowners with their greatest security in terms of their values of their home against inappropriate zoning. The proposed amendment to the master plan will possibly cause a significant and very possibly an adverse impact on planned community developments throughout Las Vegas, not just Queens Ridge, by eliminating the specific density limitation that protects the communities over 40 acres. In other words, the density now is going to be at the whim and caprice of the Planning Commission and the City Council without any restrictions whatsoever in the master plan. So all of the things that people had reviewed and thought they would be protected in terms of density now are being thrown out the window with this master plan. What is devious about this is that the proposed master plan was announced in terms of this meeting and the plan itself through the barest legal public notice possible, and that's in the Review Journal. When staff and most people know that planned communities have homeowners associations who would be very interested in understanding what was going to be proposed today. I received information about this meeting and the proposed amendment Thursday when it was published, your agenda was published. I looked at that. It was on Thursday. As you all know, Friday is the city offices are closed. Yesterday is Labor Day, which is a holiday, and so we're here today without any time to prepare and address this issue. In reading the agenda, I noticed the following. This description of the proposed amendment provides no clue as to what the amendment does, and that's the description that you have in your agenda, too. The letter of justification is one paragraph long and does not provide any justification whatsoever. It doesn't even attempt to provide a justification. The notice of this meeting and proposed amendment was not provided to any of the homeowners association representing planned community developments, and as I indicated, only satisfies the barest legal requirement for notice to the community on such an important issue as this. The publication of the agenda on Thursday, September 3rd, announced a public meeting to discuss this issue with staff, which was held 2 days before we received this publication on September 1st. So we had no opportunity to sit down and discuss this with staff. None of the affected homeowners in the many planned developments in Las Vegas have had an opportunity to discuss the merits of this proposed amendment, which could incredibly adversely impact their neighborhoods, with any of the city staff or any professionals that they may wish to consult. In light of the failure to adequately notify the affected homeowners and their homeowner associations and provide a reasonable time period for those homeowners to fully understand the impact of the proposed amendment, I can probably get somebody to give me an extra couple seconds. Ask this commission to hold this agenda item in abeyance for at least a reasonable time so we can have those discussions with staff and with other professionals. This request is fair, and since the proposed amendment is a staff request, there shouldn't be any urgency to hear this agenda item tonight, and certainly no reason sufficient to justify denying homeowners' rights to have the better time to better understand the impact of this proposed amendment on their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
And I'm Clyde Turner, 9511 Orient Express Court, Las Vegas, Nevada. I won't repeat Frank's remarks, but I would just tell you that the way this has kind of come to us, with the short time frames and no review and no ability for us to talk to staff. Wait. And no ability to talk to staff. We ask you please to table this until we've had a chance to do this. You've got a real serious concern going on in all of Queensridge right now. I'm surprised the place is not filled here. Next time it will be filled if this thing goes forward right now. So I'm asking you, please just think about this and table this so we'll have a chance. We'd rather be part of the solution than part of the problem.
Thank you. Good evening.
I'm Bob Piccoli. I live at 9740 Verlaine Court. That is in the Queensridge Golf Course Master Planned community. I would like to say that you cannot take this amendment lightly. And the reason I say that is it's going to affect tens of thousands of people. It will affect every planned community in the city of Las Vegas, and especially the golf course planned communities. Now, mind you, what can happen? You're going to have all the greedy developers in town looking at these golf courses, and the ones that are especially in trouble, they're going to try to get a hold of, and then they're going to try to come in under this amendment and try to figure out how can they get the density that's going to make them the money that their greedy paws need. Now, living in Queensridge, we're now facing a battle with a greedy developer who's doing just that. He took over the Badlands, he bought it, and now his claim is, well, I can't make money with the golf course, but I can make money if I come in and have a higher density and then I just destroy the golf course. Now, mind you, when I tell you the number of people that bought homes because of golf courses in this city, when that happens, this city's going to wonder where all these people have come from, because you will get a lot of people. And I have been involved in many battles before planning commissions here, county, city council, Clark County Council. And listen, this is going to be a major, major battle with some major big players. So do not take this lightly. And that would be my advice.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is David Buttar, and I live at 9405 Queen Charlotte Drive. And I would echo the same sentiments as the people before me. This is a very significant change. And it is very surprising that such a short notice would be given and no time for evaluation, no time for discussion, no time for any of the communities to give the feedback to the commissioners. So I would echo the same sentiment that it just doesn't look right to have such a major, major change come straight from the staff and go through without any discussion.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Elaine Winger-Reisner, and my husband and I have lived in Queensridge for 12 years. We believe the amendment to the master plan use will have a significant impact on our quality of life and our property values. I'm requesting that the Planning Commission would consider a 90-day period to allow myself, my husband, and the other residents of Queensridge to familiarize themselves with what these changes could mean to our community. And I'm just asking the Planning Commissioners to please give us consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Duncan Lee. I live on 9631 Orient Express. I lived in this city for 25 years, and my business is in real estate as well. One of the things that I learned is change the master plan is a really serious issue. It may be similar as changing the Nevada Constitution. To have this notice in Thursday afternoon, to have a vote on Tuesday evening, I don't think this is the kind of image we want to portray our city, because this lacks transparency. And, you know, it's great that we've only have a very small group to come before you to ask for an abatement for at least 90 days, but we sure don't want all the public press get a hold of what we're trying to accomplish in such a short period to pass this, to avoid transparency of what's happening for the city of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Chairman Matt Smith, 9533 Orient Express Court, proud father of 2 kids. I was at the meeting last week when the plan was rolled out to us, and was quite shocked at the scope of it. I think if we allow this to go through, everybody in this room now has invited mid-rise, high-rise, either next to their house or certainly in the nearby neighborhood. We need to understand the scope of the project as citizens in this community, and therefore I would request that you give us time to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Dr. Joseph Qualiana. I live at 9621 Orient Expressway in Queens Ridge. I'd like to present to you briefly one of the personal type of presentation, and I would say that I was the first cancer specialist to come into this town and was recruited here by the University of Nevada, and I started all of the first cancer programs at Southern Nevada Memorial Hospital, as it was called in those days. I brought in the first programs from UCLA to treat cancer patients. I started the first cancer program, the first cancer center in this town. I have serviced this community for over 40 years, and I now live in a home on a golf course in Queens Ridge, where I had planned to spend the rest of my life in peace and quiet. I have just been informed and have had discussion with developers that may want to develop the property on the golf course right in front of my home. And I'm just devastated by that. I could never believe that that would ever happen. When I purchased this home, I'm not a wealthy guy. I'm not poor. I'm not a rich man. But when I put a lot of money into this home, I was told that it would remain a golf course indefinitely. No one ever told me that there would be a chance that this would be converted into some kind of development with other homes and everything going on behind me. So at this time, I would like to back what Mr. Schreck and what was said by the previous people, especially Mr. Piccoli, who knows a lot about developments, and I would back what they said and hope that you would realize the significance of this amendment and maybe give us a chance to delay it and let us look into it. I only heard about the amendment itself 3 days ago, but I've heard about what changes could come about, and I'm just devastated. I'm going on 82 years of age, and I just don't have enough time left in my life to be doing other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Paula Qualiana, 9621 Orient Express. This was my better half that just spoke, and I can understand why he feels so devastated. We were Desert Inn homeowners. We had the monorail go through 20 feet from our property then. That was 17 years ago, and here we are. He's 82 years old, he says, but I'm not going to tell you my age. But I would tell you this, it certainly is one of the most unpleasant things to have to go through this 2 times in your life. So I am here to support what Mr. Schreck and all the other homeowners said about how important this issue is, not only to us, but to everyone in all the communities throughout Las Vegas, that their homes could be devastated from this kind of action. So I ask you to please, not only to table it, but to think about permanently tabling it. We've invested in our homes, we've invested in our lives. We don't deserve to a second round to go through trying to figure out what to do with what's left of our lives, with homes. We have a significant investment, just like all these other people, not just my husband and the people behind me, but all the other people in this community this could affect. So we need to think about it very, very, very closely. It seems like one person said greedy. I would have to say I agree with that. Greedy developers. They didn't make enough money off of us the first time. It's bait and switch. Here, have a beautiful home on a golf course. They make a fortune. Now they say, oh, no, we never thought it was going to be a golf course. Oh, no. So again, please, think of tabling this, not only in terms of the time that we might meet again on it. I don't think we should ever meet again on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Binion. I live at 9831 Orient Express. I would just like to have an advance of 90 days where we could work on this better. I think it's the only fair thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. With me also is Greg Borgell. We have been listening to some of the comments, a lot of which suggested that there was really no urgency in moving forward with this item tonight, or perhaps you should table the item and not hear it at all. We are representing a developer that is, in fact, timed applications to follow behind this application moving forward. The reason why that is important, because you've heard them slightly reference a project that deals with Queens Ridge, that deals with Badlands. There have been initial neighborhood meetings talking about a proposed project, which will come before this planning commission, and then, of course, move on to the city council. But in point of fact, as we have expressed in neighborhood meetings that we've started to have, the concern is about the golf course and what will happen to the golf course should it be developed. The reality is also, though, that, and we've said this in meetings, that the golf course is operating at a loss, and we can't continue to keep that golf course open. And so if, in fact, this item gets held or tabled, and we can't move forward with the project that you'll hear on its own merits that will come forward in its own natural process, the result is we end up having to close the golf course, and that's not something that I think that we want to do, and I'm not suggesting that it's to say that is threatening, but I'm trying to say that there is some urgency based upon having this item move forward and then allowing the process for our project, which everybody's kind of talking about, to also move forward in normal course behind it.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street. Just to tell you the timeline here, because actually we respect everyone's idea to have time to study and have input. This matter, the matter that staff has proposed to you, which staff told our developer he had to time his application to follow, and therefore that was done. This item will go to public hearing on October 7th, October 19th, and October 21st. Our application will come to you initially on October 13th. You are going, we're told, to set the public hearing on November 3rd, and it would go to City Council on December 16th. So there will be far more than 60 days available to discuss any issues that come up on our project, which is not before you today, we recognize, but indirectly it's been referred to, and we were compelled to file an application to follow the staff effort in that regard. So anyone who wants to have input would have far more than 60 days and multiple appearances at all levels to have their input. And the developer has been having meetings frequently, at least 4 that I'm aware of, with the neighbors about his project. So the idea that it needs to be talked about, we understand, but the system has already allowed for that. And lastly, I would point out, as Ms. Lazovich referred to, that the schedule takes this out to December 16th on the current schedule. If this matter is held here tonight, we won't make the December 16th, and the golf course will close, because that's the point at which we can no longer sustain the investment in the golf course, and we will lose our operator. If we talk, we can perhaps reach a conclusion, and the developer has told these people that he can keep the golf course open for a matter of years if he knows he has a project to develop, whatever project you end up approving in the area. So the choice is the golf course for a period of years, or the golf course closes with near certainty at the end of this year.
Thank
and
you,
if this
Mr.
matter is
McGrath.
held, it's closed. So
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think we should have a right at least to respond just like we were the proponents of this.
Well,
just very briefly.
You're not the applicant, so can I give you 1 minute?
2 points, because this is new information to us.
Go ahead, go ahead.
We're talking about transparency in this transaction. There's many of us are very cynical about the fact that this is a staff-promoted matter, that is coming in perfectly for them to time their applications to change this golf course that we live on. This amendment doesn't just affect Queens Ridge. This amendment affects every single planned community. This amendment and this hearing was hidden from everybody, and we accidentally found out about it. I went through the steps that were done so this wasn't transparent. Because if it was transparent, you would find hundreds and hundreds of people in here from planned communities that don't understand that now their planned community can have whatever density, whatever city council or planning commission wishes to put in it, irrespective of what they had bought their homes in reliance upon. So this is not just a Queens Ridge issue. It's a Queens Ridge issue tonight because Queens Ridge is the only one that was smart enough to find out what was going to be on this agenda. I don't know how many planned communities you have, but you certainly have a lot of them with hundreds and thousands of people that would be as interested as we are, and we have a right with those homeowners to understand what it is that staff is doing, who they're doing it for, and we know who it is because we knew this application was going to follow this hearing and what was supposed to go for the City Council, and I think that transparency reflects very poorly upon the City of Las Vegas if this is allowed to go forward without us having any opportunity to sit down and really understand what the impact is, and for other communities to understand what this impact is too.
Okay, thank you very
Mr. Chairman,
much.
all this does is allow applicants to apply for a project. That's all it does. It doesn't guarantee a density to anybody, any project, anywhere in the city.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment, and we'll discuss this as a planning commission, beginning with Commissioner Quinn.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, were you invited to the 4 neighborhood meetings that this developer said that he had?
I went to one of the meetings. This is not tonight about
Okay, I
our
just wanted to
development.
make-
He said he's right. We're going to come back for
Right.
that. This is about something that's going to impact
Right.
every planned community, and
Right.
it gives him the
No,
ability to
Mr.
put whatever
Schreck,
density he
I
wants.
just wanted to make sure you were at least included in these neighborhood meetings, because
I was included in those, but we had no idea that there was going to be this amendment to
Okay.
change the density, the potential density of our neighborhood. We didn't know that. They didn't bring it to our attention, and they knew about it.
Well, I just wanted to make a comment before I cast my vote. And, these little amendment things come in front of us often, and we listen and we read, and, most often, when the city says that they're making the motion for approval, no one's ever here to tell us the other side of it. So tonight, for me, it's a different story, because we have faces, and it doesn't matter who you are, what you own, or where you live, but when you put a face to something this important to your life, my recommendation will be to hold it for the 90 days to give you the time that you need to understand this, because I was just going to hit the yes button. I didn't even know what the heck it meant myself until you spoke and you people spoke about it, because the bottom line is that's how important it is for us to see you and to hear you. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge. I'm sorry, Commissioner Creer, your light was on first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions, and one, I still don't understand the impetus for doing this in the first place and why city is bringing this forward. I'd like to get an understanding of that. I don't know if we're going to have if we're able to get an understanding of that tonight.
Well, let's start there. So your question is for staff.
Yeah, I mean, what sparked this, or why is this coming forward, or what's the reasoning?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we did receive a request for an application for a project, and looking at that project, it looked like a viable project, but we didn't have a tool in our toolbox that specifically addressed what they were requesting. So staff is proposing this to allow for greater innovative designs within the planned community design developments. That's what it's for a planned development. So when it was brought forward to us, we looked at our infill ability. We didn't have a good infill project. As I stated in the staff report, the PCD does a great job of suburban development, but isn't good at urban infill development. And this was an opportunity for us to look at our code and see if there was an opportunity for a different type of PCD to be offered as part of an innovative project.
Okay, and who is the developer we keep talking about?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the current application for a general plan amendment is made by a Four-Star Limited.
Four-Star Unlimited?
Limited.
Limited.
That's the name of the company?
That is the applicant on the application.
All right.
Hang on, we can't have comments from the audience.
Okay. And I would definitely concur with my colleague, Commissioner Quinn, that I'll be supporting abating this as well until we find out more information about what's going on with the whole thing, because it seems like there's a lot of moving parts, and I would love to have a lot more information on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Creer. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Well, I'm going to take a little different swat at this. We're dealing with a master plan land use designation change. And I think that because the city and the county, the cities in the plural and the county have a tendency to follow the leader, that this is an incredibly important decision that we're making. I say that because it ranges all the way from what happens to those pieces of property that were sold with the understanding that they would be golf course lots and people pay a lot premium. Are they going to be reimbursed if their property value goes down? I have seen in this valley one case that I won't mention it, but people bought and paid for golf course lots 5 years after they had bought the house. They had apartments in their backyard. I don't really know any more particulars about it other than one person that I know was a victim of that. I think that the entire issue of these planned unit developments and their green space, their landscaping schemes, the amenities are part of what people buy into as part of a planned unit development. And we're making changes that can affect that, not only in this particular instance, but any instance in the valley. I have a weird feeling when I hear people say, well, it's a golf course, but we want to treat it as an infill project.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I think we're going a little far afield of where we're supposed to be.
Okay, I'm
There's an
getting there.
agenda item, so I think we need to probably stick back to the actual
Okay,
agenda item.
all right. It's such a critical, important issue that I think to simply say we're going to continue it, we've got four options here. We could pass it, we could fail it, we could abate it, or we could send it forward to the city council with no recommendation. Now, of the four options, because of the two sides that are explained. One is that there is a level of urgency, and the other is there's a level of transparency and unawareness of what the project entails. You know, when we talk about there's an urgency involved, when we start talking about it getting to the county commission by the 16th of December, I think that if everyone is on full alert, these issues could be addressed and discussed, and perhaps some kind of a resolution be made without having to delay the thing. And with all those different issues on the table, my stance would be simply to let it go forward to the city council with no recommendation and give them the time to investigate the thing and make sure that the public hearings are there, and perhaps contact some of the other municipalities or the county and ask them what they do in similar circumstances. We've got a couple of months to work with it. And I would hope that people would realize that by suggesting that we send this forward to the city council with no recommendation doesn't mean that I'm soft on the issue. You know, I live out by Sun City where we've got all those golf courses out there that are losing money, and it's becoming a continuing trend on golf courses to where the people that have bought in those types of communities can either pay the special assessments or do something else, but they need to be active participants in whatever the something else might be. Thank you, and I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Can I just follow up with City Attorney?
I was going to say, for the record, there is no pass it with no recommendation option. The only way that comes forward is if you don't get a majority vote either up or down for either approval or denial, then it automatically goes to no recommendation. So there is no recommendation motion.
Thank you for the advice. I'll work on that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for staff, either Mr. Rankin or Mr. Lowenstein. What would be the difference between creating a PCD over 40 acres and an RPD, that's over 40 acres? I mean, basically, you can make up your own rules within a RPD, and that's legally allowed. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, when the RPD was an existing zoning district that's be affected by the zoning ordinance currently, it had the ability to develop your own development standards as part of that application process. It would be a rezoning and a site development review to establish those development standards. The same principle applies to planned community development. You have associated rezoning application that sets a development plan and development standards among other criteria that's required by the zoning ordinance to be discussed in that document.
So this GPA pretty much changes the maximum allowable density up to 8 units per acre, whereas previously it was how many units per acre?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, currently it is 8 dwelling units per acre on an overall development density of 8 dwelling units per acre. This amendment would give the discretion to the City Council to establish a greater density on parcels going for rezoning of 2PD of 40 acres or greater.
Okay. You know, if I could possibly support holding it in advance for a certain amount of time, but there's no way that I could support holding this in advance for 90 days. It doesn't take 90 days for us or for any of the residents to figure this out. We could hold a meeting, we could have, or staff can have a meeting, or we could have a public outreach or something. We never hold anything for 90 days. And that's my final thoughts. If this goes with a 90-day abeyance, it won't see my support.
Commissioner Flangas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first inclination right now is just put this as a no vote altogether. I don't like it. I don't like how quickly it came out and the like. However, instead of a no vote, I would probably more support an abeyance here. And the reason is for purposes of transparency, for purposes of developing this further, getting the input of everybody involved. I'm not convinced about a timeline of another developer. I don't care. It's not in front of us. The only thing that's really in front of us is this issue. And so I would support a 60-day abeyance on this. Again, my inclination is just a straight no vote on it. But I think just to alleviate some of these concerns, I'll support that abeyance.
And let me just weigh in on this. I my inclination is also to have an up or down vote on this. I don't like the longer abeyances, so I think we're about to the, Commissioner Cherry, do you have a?
I'm with you. I'd like to see an up or down vote. And like Commissioner Flangus, I don't think I could support it if it was to go to that. Thank you.
So one more thing for the record.
Yes.
The way these things are noticed, because it is the amendment that it is, it wouldn't go to individual homeowners. In the paper is the way it's legally noticed. Otherwise, we'd have to ship it to, 500,000 people. So that is the proper notice.
It's cost prohibitive.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Commissioner, for item number 24, which is GPA 60759, I move to obey for 60 days to the November meeting.
The motion is to obey item 24 for 60 days. Please vote. Please post. That motion carries. The item number 24 is obeyed for 60 days, which is the November,
That'd be the November 3rd Planning Commission meeting.
November 3rd Planning Commission meeting. November, I'm sorry, that's an error.
It's the first Tuesday in November.
During November, due to Labor Day, not Labor Day, Veterans Day, we have set our agenda, and it was part of the calendar set by the Planning Commission last year to in November, to do November 3rd.
Okay.
We did the same thing the previous year. Hopefully, the calendar will move itself along, and next year we'll have a second Tuesday. But the issue is November 11th, I believe, didn't allow us to conduct our meeting properly, so we did it for November 3rd.
Okay, I'm sorry for the confusion. This item is obeyed for approximately 60 days to the November 3rd Planning Commission meeting.
Can I ask a quick well, I had on my calendar Election Day, but I don't think it's Election Day, 2016. Thank you.
We have been in Planning Commission on election night a few times. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 25. ZON 60, and by the way, thank you for your participation this evening. We look forward to seeing you again in November. ZON 60327, the applicant owner is 901 Fremont LLC, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from C1 limited commercial and R4 high-density residential to C2 general commercial at 115, 121, and 125 South 9th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Related item 26, BAC 60328, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate the public right-of-way commonly known as 9th Street, located between Fremont Street and Carson Avenue, and the alleyway segment bound by Fremont Street, 9th Street, 10th Street, and Carson Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 27, SDR 60326, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 5-story mixed-use development to include 226 residential units, 5 live work units, and 15,000 square feet of commercial space, and a waiver of the downtown Centennial Plan streetscape requirements adjacent to the southeast corner of Fremont Street and 9th Street in Ward 3. Staff also recommends approval. We please have staff report.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and abstain on this matter, seeing as I have ongoing business relationship with the owner of this parcel and applicant.
Thank you very much. We'll note your abstention.
Mr. Chairman, staff is in support of the proposed zone change as it is in conformance with the underlying commercial land use designation, as well as the zoning districts of the surrounding area. The proposed mixed-use project, as designed, will be a positive contribution to the downtown and will provide much-needed housing in the area. Therefore, staff supports the request and recommends approval. Please note additional letters of support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Todd Kessler, 261 Las Vegas Boulevard North. Normally,
I would say, given staff's approval, I'd say, subject to staff's conditions, I'd ask that you approve. However, I'm extremely excited about this project. I do want to take 1 minute or so to just talk about it, given I know it's late tonight. I've been working very hard over the past few years to talk about residential. As you well know, it's been our missing component for our residential and redevelopment efforts in downtown. It's required a lot of hard work with lenders, capital partners, joint venture partners, staff, officials to come up with the right package, come up with the right project. And I believe, based on the density, the unit mix, the amenities, the residential and retail pedestrian experience, that this is that right project. Additionally, we've beginning forming a partnership with our development partner, the Wolf Company. I have a representative here tonight. They're more than happy to take some questions if you need to. They have 65 years in the business, a family-run business. They're urban developers throughout the nation, from the East Coast to the West Coast. They have 20,000 units under their belt. They have 3,000 units here in the Valley. I'm very excited about that component. Just to talk quickly about the project itself, this is a very contemporary project. It's very efficient. It's very amenity-driven. We have a passive deck where you would find a nice place to read a book, compared with an active deck where you would go to the pool and jacuzzi and barbecue. And play ping pong and other related fun items. Exercise room, washer, dryer. Again, we have a unique retail experience here. We have 15,000 square feet of retail as part of this. That retail also blends out to Fremont Street as well as the vacated portion of 9th Street, so it creates a really unique retail experience. We have a rotating art program as part of this. You'll see on some of the elevations we have 6 different canvases that are dedicated to ever-changing art forms, both locally and nationally, through our, as you well know, we elect murals downtown, some mural programs for the festivals that come through, as well as some permanent art-related structures that will go in there. We have a tremendous density. I mean, we're talking really unique numbers, 170 units per the acre, or 213 beds to the acre. That's kind of the residential development that we need to help spur and everything else occur downtown. It's one of the hurdles that we've been focusing in on. Lastly, parking. There is no parking requirements. We do have 47 parking stalls as part of the package here. As you probably know, we also control a lot of the adjacent land. We have 369 stall surface parking lot across the street, as well as additional other parking avenues. Additionally, we're working with the City of Las Vegas and staff to talk about some infrastructure-related parking structures down in this area to help spur and further residential development. This project has been designed with ADA in mind. We comply with all the standards of that. I'm happy to take any questions. Again, we ask that you approve subject to staff's conditions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion amongst the planning commissioners? Seeing none?
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Item number 25, which is ZON 60327, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 25. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries, noting Commissioner Schlotman's abstention.
Mr. Chairman, item number 26, VAC 60328, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries with Commissioner Schlotman abstaining.
Mr. Chairman, item number 27, which is SDR 60326, move to approve.
Please vote.
Commissioner Trowbridge? Oh, sorry, thank you.
Motion also carries, again noting the abstention.
Mr. Chairman, items 25, 26, and 27 will be heard by the City Council on October 21st, 2015.
Thank you. Good evening.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Kess, I have a quick question for you. Are those your buses that are in that?
Say again?
Are those your buses, those Brady bunches? Brady, not the Brady, the Purchase family?
Some of those buses are part of the downtown project, yes.
Downtown project, okay, okay. Thanks.
Yes.
Moving on to related items 28 and 29. First item 28, ZON 60372. The applicant is Market Street of Summerlin, and the owner is Kamichu LLC. For possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped SC Service Commercial General Plan Designation, to C1 Limited Commercial at 7540 Smoke Ranch Road in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 29, SDR 60374, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 80-bed convalescent care facility / nursing home building in Ward 1. Staff also recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed building adheres to all minimum requirements as outlined in Title 19.08. The proposed zone change would allow for compliance with the current general plan designation and would allow for the full range of neighborhood scale commercial uses that can be operated harmoniously with the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed C1 limited commercial zone creates an adequate transition from the CPB zoning properties to the north and the residential properties to the south. For these reasons, staff recommends approval. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Landon Christopherson, 2885 East Quail Avenue, here representing the applicant. We concur with staff's finding and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? How about a vote or a motion? Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. This is a good project for this piece of property, and it doesn't encroach into any neighborhoods. And I'm going to offer my recommendation for approval of 60374 SDR, following staff's recommendations.
Actually, that's item 29, if you don't mind starting with 28.
I'm sorry, 28. Item zoning 60372, following staff's recommendation. I motion for approval, please.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 28. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Following up to item number 29, 60374, my motion is to approve that item following staff's recommendation.
Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, item 28 and 29 will be heard by the City Council on October 21st, 2015.
That motion does carry. Thank you. Okay, moving on to related items 30 through 32. Item 30, ZON 60375. The applicant is Buron Corporation and the owner is Rock Springs Commercial LLC. For possible action on a request for rezoning from U, undeveloped, medium-density residential, general plan designation, to R3, medium-density residential, on the east side of Rock Springs Drive, approximately 630 feet south of Lake Mead Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 31, SUP 60376, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 117-bed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. And item 32, SDR 60377, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 117-bed convalescent care facility / nursing home in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, this project will feature a large 3-story building with 24 apartments for memory care residents and 52 apartments for assisted living residents. 5 buildings on the south side of the project will feature 10 duplex apartments. Staff finds the request to be compatible and harmonious with the surrounding area and recommends approval. Please note we did receive an additional protest after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Diane Grover. I'm here representing the, what do you call them, the applicant, and I'm with Buron from Vancouver, BC, Canada.
Oh, very good.
And I'm just here to answer any questions if you have some questions, so I didn't bring a presentation or anything.
Okay, I'll open this for public comment. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. We have lights on. Commissioner Quinn, Commissioner Creer.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Creer.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Quinn. So my question, you won't know that, Mike, since you're from Canada. Isn't this close? This is right by the previous,
It is. I'm finding out tonight that it's by another applicant, so.
yeah, for this, right down the street from the senior home that we talked about earlier. It's on Rock Springs between Lake Mead and, I'm assuming is that between Lake Mead and Vegas Drive?
This is right by Lake Mead.
That is? No, that one is. That's on the corner of Vegas Drive and Rock Springs. I'm saying this particular project where I'm looking here, it looks like it's between Lake Mead and I'm assuming that's Washington, that's Vegas Drive.
Commissioner Creer, on your
Yeah.
left screen, you'll see exactly where it is.
Thank you. I was looking at the wrong
Yeah,
map.
just to clarify through you, Chairman, yes, it is between Lake Mead and Vegas Drive. The other application, it was further to the south of this request.
Right. So this is somewhat right across the street from Raising Cane's. Is that right?
That is correct, yes, that would be, yes, the partially developed lot, which is, the aerial's a little older there to the, just to the northwest, is where Raising Cane's is.
Yeah.
That brown wooden structure became Raising Cane's.
Okay. But also those are all apartments to the south of this particular project? Where it
That
says
is-
R3?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. Huh. Okay, I'm going to reserve my time, but I just want to get a bearing of where we were. Thank you.
Looks like you have more time. Commissioner Quinn?
Well, the one that we're speaking of was the over 55 apartments, am I correct, on the same street? Which in fact means that if, in my opinion, if somebody gets sick or off their rocker, they don't have to move them too far into a new facility if this is built. And I'm really familiar with these places now because my mom is now 95, and her place that she was living in for 15 years decided to go to all full blown out assisted living. And I got to tell you, it was hard for my sister and I to find her a place. I don't feel that there's enough of these in Las Vegas. I feel that this one's location is ideal. It's not going to encroach or bother any neighbors. As you can see, there's none here. So if my colleagues have nothing to add to my thought process that it's a good place, it's needed in our valley, then I'm going to want to approve this. So-
Commissioner Creer, did you have any follow-up?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, let's have a motion.
Thank you. Let me see if I can get these straight this time. Regarding item number 30, zoning 60375, I'm going to make the motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Motion is to approve item 30. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Following it up with SUP 60376, I'm going to follow staff's recommendations this evening for approval as well.
Motion is to approve item 31. Please vote.
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Creer, please.
Such pressure.
Motion also carries.
Thank you. And moving on to item 32, SDR 60377, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation tonight for approval as well.
Thank you. Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion carries, and item 32 is approved. Ms. Grover, we hope you enjoy your time here in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 30, 31, and 32 will be heard by the City Council on October 21st, 2015.
Moving on to related items 33 and 34. 33 is VAR 60333. The applicant owner is Cheetah Development Corporation for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required at 2246 Paradise in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 34, SDR 60334, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved plot plan review, Z002077, for a proposed 513 square foot expansion and minor building facade changes to an existing 30,220 square foot building in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the side yard setback variance to allow the additional 3 feet where 5 feet was previously approved requires the relocation of they're relocating an existing trash enclosure, which will be shielded by wall and vegetation for that relocation. Staff finds that the lot is irregularly shaped along the southwest portion of the site. The reduced side yard setback along the alley will allow more space to be utilized on the site for parking, the trash enclosure, and an expansion of an existing retail space. Staff finds that there's a hardship due to the unusual shape of the lot and recommends approval. Please note we have received additional protest and support since publication.
Good evening.
Justin Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane, Suite 85, here on behalf of the applicant. We agree with all of the conditions set forth for item number 33, which is the variance, and then for item 34, there's 2 points on the conditions I would like to bring to your attention. Number 6, this is an existing structure, so we already have those items in place: fire hydrant, water supply. So kind of unnecessary to require us to have something that's already existing. And then for the condition number 8, the existing trash enclosure is to be replaced with a structure that's the matching grade. So again, it's kind of something that's already existing, so for us to have to do it twice. Other than that, we hope you can support the item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is open now for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this, maybe beginning with Public Works, addressing those 2 conditions.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Well, just the condition number 8 with the meet with the flood control section, it's pretty much a standard condition we put on all applications when they construct a new foundation. Flood control section of Public Works requires them to let them know what the finished floor is going to be in case, so that the finished floor is above the 100-year storm. In this case, I'm pretty sure it is. They're matching the existing finished floor, but I don't think it harms them in any way to meet with the flood control people. It more or less puts them on notice. They still need to meet with the flood control people, and when their plans come in, make sure they have the same finished floor. So I would recommend leaving it, as it doesn't change anything.
And is that true for condition, was it 6?
Yes.
6 as well? Specific to fire hydrants and...
I'm like, might not be the best person speaking towards 6, but when they submit their building plans, the fire department looks at it. They'll see if they meet the fire code, and sure it'll be reviewed by the fire department. So I think it's fine as well leaving that. It doesn't hurt anything to keep it.
Okay, thank you very much. I see lights on. Do both of you wish to be heard?
No.
Commissioner
Oh,
Kerr?
sorry.
Commissioner,
One thing, Rick Truesdell, 820 Rancho Lane. I'm an owner in the center. The issue with number 6 is the language talks about fire apparatus and water supply. It implies there's something greater that needs to be there that isn't currently in the overall center. Tenant improvements adjacent to it were just completed, and there's no additional fire requirement. So we're just trying to clarify that somebody isn't looking for us to reinvent the fire system on this property.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, this is a standard condition from the fire department regarding that it is placed on all site plan reviews as an advisory question. Once again, Mr. Payette was correct there from Public Works that any development will be required to comply with the fire code through the building permit process, and the threshold level for requirements of certain types of fire suppression units and such are applied through that. This is more of an advisory question that we place on there for all applicants, that there are fire requirements. Its deletion or continuation will not affect the requirements of the fire code.
Okay,
I leave it at the pleasure of the Planning Commission.
City Attorney?
I just want to make one clarification, just because I know, we know Mr. Truesdale. There is a rule regarding a cooling off period, but there's an exception to that rule when it's your particular project, you're the owner of the project, or if you're doing it for a nonprofit. Since he owns it, that was allowable for him to come up and say something. So I just want to make sure anyone watching wasn't thinking that was inappropriate, but it was okay since he is an owner of that particular shopping center.
Yeah,
It's okay.
that's a good point.
There's only a 1-year cooling off period when you leave, but when it's your property, it's okay for you to appear before the commission.
Okay, very good. It's good to hear from you, Mr. Truesdale. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, through you. Yeah, I think I'd agree with Doug. It doesn't matter one way or another. They're still going to make this go through the fire department before it gets released from the building department. I think the thing that would apply is a fully operational fire protection system. So you're expanding and creating a new 500 square foot building. And is it correct that the whole building's already sprinkled?
I believe so.
Okay.
I can't tell you yes or no because I don't handle, I'm not the property manager, so that I can't tell you.
Okay. Is there anything with the trash enclosure moving, or is that staying?
No, so that gets relocated. Here, I can show you.
Is that currently where the addition is?
Currently, yes,
gonna be going?
the trash enclosure for McDonald's is currently located where the expansion will go, and then it will be relocated to the north side, and then a new trash enclosure will be built to the city standards.
Okay. I don't have a problem with the variance because, it is a irregular shaped property. I've been by this property 100 times, and I don't think that that's going to, create any eyesore or anything else in that neighborhood. Most of the alleys where we're building are built directly, or the buildings are built directly up to the alleys. So I really don't have an issue with that.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn.
Regarding variance 60333, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
I think, yeah, very good. So on item 33, please vote.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are the conditions being deleted, or are we keeping them?
That's a good point. So the recommendation from Public Works and staff is that conditions 6 and 8 remain in place. Is the applicant willing to live with those?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
So that's with the staff's recommendations. Okay.
So the vote on item 33, if anyone wants to withdraw, was to approve with all conditions in place. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 33 is approved.
And moving on to item number 34, 60334, following staff's recommendation for approval, and my motion is for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 34. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 33 and 34 will be our final action unless approved to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, we are moving on to 6 related items, beginning with 35 VAR 60366. The applicant owner is Grand Canyon Village, LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance of the Grand Canyon Village Master Development Plan Design Standards to allow no sidewalk connection from Oso Blanco Road to a proposed 216,081 square foot commercial shopping center where such a connection is required at the northeast corner of Grand Canyon Drive and West Sky Canyon Park Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 36 is SUP 60367 for possible action on our request for a special use permit for gasoline sales in conjunction with a grocery store within a proposed 215,902 square foot commercial shopping center in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 37, SUP 60368, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for incidental gaming machines in conjunction with a grocery store within a proposed 215,902 square foot commercial shopping center in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 38, 60369, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for liquor sales retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale in conjunction with a grocery store within a proposed 215,902 square foot commercial shopping center in Ward 6. And I just think to myself as I read these big numbers, my fourth grade teacher taught me how to say numbers appropriately, and I always wondered why, and can you imagine? It comes in handy. Item 39, VAC 60365, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 20-foot wide, 1,600-foot long public sewer easement located at the northeast corner of Grand Canyon Drive and West Sky Canyon Park Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 40, SDR 60370, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 215,902 square foot commercial shopping center in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, I won't reiterate the size of the development, as you did an excellent job. Staff finds that due to the constraints and the unique shape, location, and elevation of the site, that the variance is not self-imposed and is recommending approval. The waivers requested are minimal in nature, and staff support those. As such, staff is recommending approval of all the applications associated with this project. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Good evening.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I don't have a binder with me. That's a good sign. I do have rolled plans if you want to see it, but I'll keep it short and say thank you to staff for their recommendation of approval, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment, and it appears there is none, so I'll close the public comment. Do any commissioners wish to discuss this?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I'm prepared to make motions.
Thank you.
Beginning with item number 35, VAR 60366, move to approve.
Please vote. Go ahead and post noting the absence of Commissioner Quinn. Regardless of her vote, that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 36, which is SUP 60367, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 37, which is SUP 60368, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 37. Please vote.
Carries.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 38, which is SUP 60369, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 39, which is VAC 60365, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And lastly, Mr. Chairman, item number 40, SDR 60370, move to approve.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 35 through 40 are all final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 41 through 48. Bear with me. Item 41, VAR 60380. The applicant owner is Topete Family Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required at 2147 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. 42, VAR 60381 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a residential adjacency setback of 5 feet where 57 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a commercial building to not meet the minimum 10-foot rear yard setback in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 43, VAR 60383, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 19 parking spaces where a minimum of 48 spaces are required in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 44, SUP 60384, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage, minor, in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 45, SUP 60385, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage, minor, in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 46, SUP 60386, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage, minor, in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Item 47, SUP 60388, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage, minor, in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 48, SDR 60389, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5,177 square foot commercial garage with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer on the south perimeter and a 3-foot on the east where 15 feet is required, a 5-foot wide landscape perimeter buffer along the west perimeter, and a 0-foot wide on the north where 8 feet is required in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to remove an existing vacant building and construct a new 4-bay garage on this site, which is less than half acre in size. Because each bay would be leased to an independent auto repair business owner, 4 separate special use permits are required. Because the project requires a substantial setback from a property line immediately adjacent to residential, as well as landscape waivers along all 4 property lines, and the elimination of parking lot landscaping, staff finds that the site is being overdeveloped and recommends denial of all associated applications. Please note we did receive additional protests and approvals after publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Kerry Shahan on 8905 West Post Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, representing the applicant. And this is for minor auto repair. It's the reason there's so many is because, as stated, there's the idea here is to have 4 independent small business operators who would run each one of these rather than having one building with one operator. We're requesting a reduction in parking. There would be, if this was one building, there would only be 29 stalls required, but because there's 4 different operators, that parking count has increased. I'd also like you to consider the fact that within each one of these bays, there would be able to have 2 vehicles within the garage, which would also help alleviate any additional parking. The way the lot was, we approached the lot was that currently there's access on Decatur and Stacy Avenue, but given the reason we put the building towards the residential was to keep it in line with other developments that have done the same along Decatur. And also it would close the access to the lot on Stacy and allow all of the commercial traffic coming off Decatur. I did know it was not our intention that on the west, south, and east side, we would like to have as many trees there to be in compliance with the title. On the north side, we really can't do it, and I don't think we would need to since we're abutting commercial development. So With that said, the building is going to be a decorative block building with different types of block with decorative features. And we definitely tried to step it down towards the residential side. And that said, if there's any questions, let me know and I'll answer them.
Thank you. This is now open for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this on the commission. Commissioner Quinn.
Sir, you do know that this is a lot of stuff to put on one little piece of property, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Did you try to get the piece next door to you?
No.
No?
The owner just has the one lot.
Okay. And have you already purchased this property to do this job, to do this application?
Yeah, he has, yes.
He has. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Carrere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Quinn. I mean, this is a lot. I've driven by this property a number of times. I know where it is, and it's in my ward, and I've walked that area when I ran for state senate and walked back behind there. And so it seems to me that what you're trying to do, you're really trying to stuff a lot in one bag, and it doesn't seem to be appropriate. Although you're going to sort of buffer off Stacy and have people enter on Decatur, I just don't understand how you're going to manage 4 different companies and cars coming in and out and parking wise, and people going to end up pulling up on Stacy, potentially getting out, walking up to Decatur and coming in, and just seems like a lot to be happening on one spot.
It's designed to be for smaller businesses and smaller shops, so that's.
Yeah, but you're putting basically 4 businesses on one plot, one small plot of land. It's not one business. You're putting 4, and you're asking for, 0 variances for setbacks, or a 5-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. That 20 feet is required because of there's homes all back there. And there needs to be some, bigger buffer between them and all that you're going to be doing with 4 different, hold on.
Yeah, I understand.
With 4 different businesses. Have you identified what kind of, when you say 4 different repair shops, do you know what they're going to be? Like one in brakes and one is?
Yeah, no, that's, the idea would be to lease them out. I guess what I was going to say is that part of the reason also is if the building was on the Decatur side and access was from Stacy, then, the residential is going to have all of the stuff in their back, they're going to be looking at the operation, so it's better to go with the design like this, which will limit people from storing things arbitrarily in the rear yard. Will be much more maintained.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like there's enough space to do what you're trying to do. I can't support it the way it is now. I just think it's too much going on right there for that smaller space. I think there'll be overflow that'll happen, and I just don't see it's the best use of this piece of land. Thank you.
I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay. Agenda item number 41, VAR 60380. I recommend staff's recommendation for denial.
So the motion is to deny item 41. I remind you that a yes vote is for denial. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 41 is denied.
Agenda item 42, VAR 60381. I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation of denial.
Motion is to deny item 42. Please vote.
Agenda item 43.
Motion carries.
Oh, sorry.
Item 42 is denied.
43, VAR 60383. I make a motion to approve staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is to deny item 43. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 43 is denied.
Item 44, SUP 60384. I make a motion to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote. Item 44 is denied.
Agenda item 45, SUP 60385. Make a motion to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 45 is denied.
Agenda 46, SUP 60386. I make a motion to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 46 is denied.
Number 47, SUP 60388. I make a motion to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 47 is denied.
Item 48, SDR 60389. I make a motion to go with staff's recommendation for denial.
Please vote. Motion carries. Item 48 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, items 41 through 48 are final action unless approved, appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much. All right, we're into our fifth hour. I'm going to call one more item before we take another recess. Item 49 is VAR 60279, and the applicant owner is Dale Lecheski for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required for a proposed patio cover at 7348 Marbury Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds no evidence of a unique hardship related to the size or shape of this parcel and recommends denial.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Your name and address, please.
Dale Lecheski, 7348 Marbury Street.
Why don't you tell us a little about your project and why you want the 5-yard setback versus the 10-foot?
Okay. Well, it's a relatively benign request. If I were to abide by the 10-foot setback, I would have to significantly compromise the size of the patio. So I was hoping to have I think it works out to be a 5.5-foot setback, comparable to what a lot of the neighbors in the surrounding area have. With smaller lots, I guess you're allowed to go closer to the lot line. The patio plan it's been approved by the HOA. It's been approved by Providence, and it has been approved by my neighbors. So I'm hopeful that the commission will be receptive to the request for variance. I'd also point out that I'm on a perimeter lot, so I have no neighbor adjacent to the property line where the setback is so short. If you have any other questions, I don't want to get long-winded on such a benign issue.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. And let me ask you this. You say you've got the approval of both your neighbors and HOA?
Yeah, the HOA, it's Madison Grove HOA. They require each of your adjacent neighbors to sign off on the plan. So each of the neighbors has signed off, and the HOA has approved it, as well as the master plan, in this case Providence.
Did you submit that? Is that already?
When I submitted...
Very good. I see that.
Yeah, it's in the letter that I submitted to the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
To the planning department.
Any questions, Commissioner Carrera?
I do, thank you. I was trying to understand your picture, and I didn't quite get it.
Sorry.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I mean, you're doing this, trying to make it work, so I understand.
What was your question?
So, but the question, the patio cover, I'm looking at the existing, the other picture I'm looking at. Where's the one? There you go. So the existing patio, there's a balcony above that. You want to build a patio that comes out 14 feet? Am I looking at that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, so you want to go out 14 feet, and it'll be 15 feet wide, and then there's a 5.5-foot buffer. Now, how come you want to come out that far?
Just so I have room to put a fire pit and so forth. Otherwise, my patio cover would just cover like half of the patio.
Is there, you might not know the answer to this question, but does anybody know, maybe some builders might know, is there a standard on average of what a patio cover might be, or is it all varies what it could be? I mean, if you build 20 homes, you're going to put patio covers in there, would it be on average, do you know? Anybody?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, in Cliffs Edge, or also known as Providence, they have their own development standards as they are a planned development, and in there they had their set regulation of a 10-foot setback. The UDC, or the Title 19 zoning ordinance, has its own development standards, which calls out a 5-foot setback to the post, to the footing of a patio cover on the side and rear yard property line.
So you're saying that Title 19 says it only has to be 5-foot setback?
Correct, but when the master developer created Cliffs Edge, they created certain development standards to be, for them to adhere to create their aesthetic. And the council approved that, and that is what they're held to.
Gotcha. So when they built the homes, they were basically saying, if you are going to add something, then you need to have a 10-foot setback. But Title 19 says that 5-foot setback is appropriate.
If Title 19 applied to this development, which it doesn't, they have overarching development standards that apply to it. You can use it as a point of
They impose on
reference.
themselves, basically.
You can use it as a point of reference, but their development standards is 10-foot setback.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Mr.
Chair,
Chair.
through you, having the HOA approval and the neighbors signed off, I can support this application. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just tell you, so often we have applicants coming in who have already built it, who haven't done their homework. You've done everything right, and I feel the same as Commissioner Cherry. You're going to see my support on this.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Item number 49, which is VAR 60279, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 49. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 49 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
All right, thank you. We are in recess for about 10 minutes. All right, this meeting is called back to order. We are at item 50. This is VAR 60361, and the applicant owner is Nephi Sanchez for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an 8-foot tall wall in the front yard where a maximum wall height of 5 feet is allowed at 820 Lucy Lane in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds no evidence of a unique hardship related to the size or shape of this parcel and recommends denial.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Nephi Sanchez, 820 Lacey Lane. Thanks for hearing, and I have a few photos here, if possible, to show on the overhead. This is really hard to see, but I realize the hardship is on me to demonstrate. So first off, it's definitely security, and I know that's hard to articulate and get across. But I feel that the unique circumstance is the location of this lot, which, if you can see by this photo, it's right next to a big vacant lot. This vacant lot has frequent parties. We hear gunshots. ATV vehicles have rendezvous. It's kind of a crazy situation. It's a unique vacant lot because it's so large and it borders the water district. So it's easy to get away with stuff. In the very back there are a bunch of trees and this little shed type thing where we find all sorts of stuff back there, bottles, alcohol. And there has been a lot of crime in our neighborhood. All of our neighbors have been affected. So it's in a unique location. It's also, I appreciate that the concerns the staff has. One is that there will be a canyon effect, and they also, in their report, say that it's important for visibility to stick to the standards. So what I would like to demonstrate is that the alternative, which is to go with the normal standard height and create a lot of vegetation instead of a fence, creates what I call a jungle effect, which imposes a further hardship because it takes away visibility. And I have some photos here of, I can only guess, people with similar circumstances who in my neighborhood have got around this, or they haven't gone for variance or it was denied, and so and these are photos of houses just a couple blocks from my house on Pinto Lane. It's kind of hard to see there, but that's definitely a good 12 or 14 feet of jungle. Oops. It's another good example here where you've got, basically you've got a regulation fence, but you've created a jungle. In summary, I think that the 8-foot fence is going to provide, it will be stylish. It's going to be an homage to the desert effect. It's going to be Corten steel, similar to something you would see at Springs Preserve or Red Rock. It would provide visibility. So it would be designed so that passersby would be able to see people entering and exiting, be able to see. It would provide security, which is the primary concern. And also the alternative, I think, would provide security if I went with a dense vegetation, ocotillo, cactus, something like that. But it takes away visibility, and also we're in a desert with water scarcity, so it would also consume more water. So that's it. Thanks for the staff's recommendations and work, and appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you. This is now open for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this on the Planning Commission. Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Sanchez, good evening. Thanks for waiting here so long tonight. It's an unusually long agenda.
My pleasure.
Do you have a picture of the wall that you're building?
I do. Let me, can I borrow this?
Is it in our, it's not, is it in our backup?
You can just take the page out.
Why don't I have it?
It does have.
Oh,
So this is black and white, unfortunately, but.
Mind
there-
turning that sideways for us, rotating it? Thank you.
Sure.
now that's not 8 feet. That's, the wall you're proposing is 8
This-
feet?
Yeah, this is probably not to scale.
That's about 4 feet probably, right? Maybe.
It's, I think it's,
It's okay.
yeah,
Here-
this
here's-
is the style. This was a rendering for style, but it's probably not to scale.
Here's the thing about Lacey Lane and those streets over there. Nobody really has a big 8-foot wall around any of their properties. Now, when you drive down Alta, you see what I call continuity from Shetland, say, to Rancho. And then when you go down Rancho and Alta to, all the way down, the wall's all the same. So the continuity blends and it looks really well. This street is just beautiful because you can look right in and see everything. And I just kind of feel that it would take away the essence and the beauty of the neighborhood by just one house having that wall. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I understand that. One of the points I was trying to make was weighing that what we see here, where you do have a gate, and there's a vacant lot to the north, so that's going to be a gap, whether it's a gate, whether it's the existing block wall, or whether it's a 5-foot wall with vegetation. But the neighboring house to the west, which is the only neighboring house, has an 8-foot gate. So I would be in continuity with the only neighboring house.
Okay. I'm going to listen to my other planning commissioners. I hope they have something else to say, because I'm on the fence with this one, as they say. Get it on the fence.
Well, I'll weigh in on this. I think it's just too high. You've talked about, what's at the rear of your property, but we're really just talking about the front yard. And as I look at the photos down the road, this is not compatible with the surrounding area, and I'm afraid you would create a compound by putting that large of a fence in. So I can't support this.
Mr. Chairman, question for your staff. Side yard fences and rear, could that go up to 8 feet, or is it limited to 5 feet on the side? Could you tell me what our code is?
Regarding wall and fence heights in the front and side yards, within the front yard, all the way up back to where the actual setback requirement is, if you're behind that setback requirement, then your wall height can adjust to 6 to 8 feet. But in front of that, it has to meet the current requirement of 5-foot maximum height, with 2 feet being solid and the rest of it being considerably open. And in this request, it is exceeding that by the 8-foot requirement. Thanks.
Thank you. So, in looking at your fence, there may be something that you could do along the side without having to have the variance to protect you from people on ATVs and throwing parties and things like that. And you might be able to work with the planning department to figure out something to raise the height of that wall to kind of protect you there. But on the street, just looking at some of these photos, historically, we've tried to not create, walls and fences that are, 8 feet in height, unless it's on one of those special corridors where almost every one of the houses have like an 8 or 10-foot block wall. So I think I'd be kind of hard pressed to be able to approve this tonight.
Oh, this is the,
Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, with that, I'm going to, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
I'm going to follow staff's recommendation tonight for denial of variance 60361.
The motion is to follow staff's recommendation. I remind you that a yes vote is for denial.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Item 50 is denied.
thanks.
Thank you. Moving on to related items 51, 52. Oh,
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 50 will go to the City Council on October 21st, 2015.
thank you. Related items 50, 52, and 53, beginning with 51. SUP 60347, the applicant is LVCSD Saddle LLC, and the owner is Advanced Capital Group LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a private school primary use at 4760 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 52, VAC 60348, for possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 15-foot wide public pedestrian easement in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. And item 53, SDR 60350, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 59,826 square foot building for a private school primary use in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a primary school on an undeveloped infill parcel located on the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Marion Drive. The project is designed to meet all current development standards and is appropriate use for the area, as well as the site has provided drop-off and pickup circulation on-site and will not negatively impact adjacent roadways. Staff therefore recommends approval with conditions. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter. As staff has mentioned, this is for a charter school. It's actually a private. It's not a private school. It's a public school, as our charter schools are. So I want to make that clarification. This is mentioned in the notification that it was a private school. With that being said, as I mentioned, is representing Academica. I've been here many times before you over the last couple of years with these charter schools. This would be one of the Matter Academies, which is similar to one that just opened up on Boulder Highway. Actually, I believe just last week or this week. It all runs together. Last week, I'm sorry. And with that being said, we appreciate staff's recommendations for the approval for the vacation, the use permit, and the site development plan review. I do have one addition or one request I want to make with the Planning Commission. On the site development plan review, item number 17. I'm going to first of all tell you what I'd like to add for language, and then I'll explain to you why we want to add this language. In the last sentence, it states that additionally, a CLOMAR shall be obtained from FEMA prior to the issuance of any construction permits. After that, I would like to add, or an alternative solution as otherwise approved by the Department of Public Works. Now, the reason for that is tomorrow morning we do have a meeting with the with your city flood officials in the building department to talk about the CLOMAR issue. For us, as you know, to build the school, we're trying to get the school open for the school year of 2016. If you're familiar with the CLOMAR business, as I want to say from the technical side, we got to get that approval from FEMA per this condition within, prior to commencing construction. That may not happen, to be quite honest, if we have to go that route. What we're hoping for tomorrow is in our discussions with your staff that there might be an alternative solution so we can maybe get the school open for the 2016 school year. If there isn't, no harm, no foul. If the city tells us we have to do a Clomar, we have to do a Clomar, and we have to figure out what we're going to do with this school site. More than likely, look for another school site, because we have to, in the business plan, look for a school site somewhere in this area by 2000, for it to open up in 2016. My understanding is, the reason why I'm asking for this condition also, is my understanding is that this is final action unless appealed tonight. And as I said, it's by tomorrow, we'll have that decision, but in case there's some other solution here outside of getting a Clomar prior to pulling building permits, we just want to add that language in there. If they're, being optimistic, there might be another way that we could resolve it with your building department. If not, we move on from there. That said, I'm all done, unless you have any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. I will open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and we can discuss this on the commission. Commissioner Slotman? Anything?
No, I was just having to ask Commissioner Flangus what a Clomar was.
How about a motion?
And just a question through you, Chair, for Public Works. That added language is fine with Public Works?
Well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, just go into a little bit of the reason why we require the Clomar. Basically, FEMA looks at how we administer their program in the city, and they give us certain insurance rates. Our flood control section is concerned that if we lower the standard that we have had, that could raise the rates of, the flood insurance throughout to all the residents in the city of Las Vegas for a certain rating. I don't know that they'll be able to come up with a solution tomorrow to do this, but I would just leave it to the Planning Commission's pleasure if they think that that's something they want to add. I would just leave it up to the commission, because I don't think that there's going to be a solution to be able to get out of the Clomar requirement. And it's in the condition, if you want to know what the Clomar was. It's the conditional letter of map revision for the FEMA maps, that they decide where the flood zone is. And then through the drainage study process, they remove the site from the flood zone. It's currently encumbered by a flood zone designated by FEMA. And so I don't know that they'll be able to get out of this, be able to pull permits without getting the Clomar, but I'm, willing to go with whatever the commission feels is the right thing to do.
Well, it seems to me that we're passing a hot potato, because the condition as amended would say, or an alternative solution as approved by Public Works, because it gives the or. If we approve the amended condition, we give it to Public Works to make the decision about whether or not it's a viable option, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It still comes back to Public Works to decide if it's viable. So I guess it doesn't really change anything, and I'm just letting you know why the condition's there and what we do with the flood zones.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion. My motion will be without the requested condition. So for item number 51, which is SUP 60347, I move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 51. Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 52 is VAC 60348. Move to approve.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Item 53, which is SDR 60350. Move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 53 without the amended condition, correct?
That's correct.
Please vote. Motion also carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 51 through 53 are final action this evening unless approved, unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Moving on to related items 54 and 55. Item 54 is SUP 60355, and the applicant is Fremont Hotel and Casino. The owner is Sam Will, Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 200-square-foot off-premise sign on an existing hotel/casino at 200 Fremont Street in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 55 is SUP 60356 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 200-square-foot off-premise sign on an existing hotel casino in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Could we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the previous Downtown Design Review Committee action permitted the proposed wall signs at the location to contain no illumination. In addition, the proposed signs are similar in size and design to that of the existing signs along 3rd Street's frontage, which are also non-illuminated. Staff finds that this request would be compatible with the existing non-illuminated signs in the area and recommends approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Sylvia Villanueva with Rowe Law Group on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation and the applicant, the Fremont Hotel and Casino. Address is 7354 Southeastern Avenue. This is a request for a special use permit for off-premise advertising on 2 existing wall signs at the Fremont Hotel north-facing wall on Ogden and 3rd. The purpose for the request is to be able to advertise for the 2 other Boyd property locations downtown. It would be advertising the offerings that they have at those 2 downtown properties, the California and the Main Street Station. Consequently, we'd like to offer a condition, which I will provide to staff, or I'm sorry, to the commission. The condition reads, applicant agrees to limit advertising only to its 3 Boyd Gaming Corporation properties located within the downtown casino overlay district, specifically the Fremont, the California, and the Main Street Station properties. Applicant agrees that it will not accept compensation from any third parties for advertisements or hold the sign out to the public as an off-premise sign that is leasable for any use other than set forth in this specific condition. So it would prohibit revenue-generating advertising. Staff recommends approval, and we're requesting your approval with the added condition.
Okay, thank you. These items are open for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any of the commissioners wish to weigh in on this? Commissioner Carrere?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This answers the questions that I had regarding these signage issues. It was similar to the previous agenda item dealing with signage. I consider this on-property signage consistent with any other 22 by 28 sign that is located inside of the facility, and consistent with the fact that they aren't going to use this as revenue generation, and the fact that they're going to only cross-market their own properties. I don't consider them to be billboards. I still consider them to be on-property signage. So I am in support of this, and strictly for that matter. If it was going to be a billboard, I couldn't support it, but it's still viewed in my eyes as on-property signage. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, question for staff, and I think Mr. Rankin was at the last hearing, at our last DDRC hearing, and was this one of the signs just recently come up within the past few months at DDRC?
Yes, this item was at DDRC. It was stricken from the DDRC agenda. These signs had previously been approved for the waivers of the requirement for the electronic neon motion that's required in the downtown casino overlay. So it had already received that. It was an error on our part, so we did strike that item, and it wasn't needed. They already had been granted those waivers by the DDRC.
Because I think we've seen this at DDRC 4 years ago as well.
You did, and they put on-premise advertising at that time. They're requesting off-premise advertising at this time, which staff is supporting the signs themselves are in conformance to the previous approval from DDRC.
Okay, thank you. And with this letter, if we can make that a condition, I'd feel comfortable supporting this.
So it looks like it would be condition 7 on both 54 and 55, is that correct?
I believe so. Mr. Chairman, if I could ask for a clarification on the condition that was just given to everyone. It says applicant agrees that it will not accept compensation from any third parties for advertisement. Is it compensation, so it could be given away free, or is it that they will not accept any advertisement from third parties? Just so we all understand.
I think the intent is for both, to not accept any advertising or revenue generating, or compensate, or receive any compensation or promote any revenue generating advertising from third parties. So that's the intent. I don't
I
know
would
if
probably-
this may need to be.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I would probably take out the section about compensation and just put that it will not accept any third-party advertisements. And that should cover pretty much everything.
That's fine for us. I think that's the intent. I mean, just to limit it to Boyd gaming properties.
Mr. Chair, through you.
Commissioner Cherry?
I don't have a problem with the application. The one thing I would just maybe point out to the commission is that we do have other property owners, for instance, say Downtown Project that has multiple buildings, and I think we'd expect applications like this to come forward, even on other properties on Fremont. But again, I don't have a problem with the application itself.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Flangus? Commissioner Carrera?
I'm just ready to make a motion if.
Let's go to Commissioner Flangus
If you don't mind, Commissioner, I'd like to make the motion because we just got through with the city attorney on the language for the condition.
Perfect.
Please do.
If you do. Okay, pertaining to item number 54, which is SUP 60355, I move to approve, subject to an additional condition, which shall read as follows. Applicant agrees to limit advertising only to its 3 Boyd Gaming Corporation properties located within the downtown casino overlay district, specifically the Fremont, the California, and the Main Street Station properties. Applicant agrees that it will not accept any third-party advertisements or hold the sign out to the public as an off-premise sign that is leasable for any use other than set forth in this specific condition.
Does the applicant agree to that condition as read?
Yes, we do.
Okay. The motion is made. Please vote.
You sure, Sylvia?
Motion carries.
Thank you.
We're now at item 55.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item 55, which is SUP 60356, move to approve.
Subject to the same condition.
With the same condition, and I'll save everybody from having to read it back into the record again, but it's the same condition as on item 54.
And just to restate from the applicant, you also agreed to that condition?
I was wondering where you were going.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I didn't mean to leave.
Okay, thank you. Motion is to approve item 55, subject to the amended condition.
You sure? We want to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, the items 54 and 55 are also final action unless appealed to the city council, city clerk.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Sorry.
That motion carries. Item 55 is approved. Okay, moving on to item 58, SUP 60399. The applicant is 95 Management LLC, and the owner is Section 12 LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,319 square foot liquor establishment, tavern, use within a 22,561 square foot community recreational facility, Sky Center, on the southwest corner of West Sky Canyon Park Drive and Sky Village Road in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed liquor establishment tavern is appropriate on the subject site as it will be utilized as an additional amenity for community socialization within clearly defined areas in the community center. Staff recommends approval of the request. Please note we have received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing Sky Canyon in this matter. As you know, Sky Canyon is one of your newer master plan communities that is currently under construction. This is, what I have here on the overhead is one of the premier parks that is actually being constructed right now as we speak. Within this park facility is going to be a community facility, as we've discussed previously. Within that community facility, this is where you have the fitness area, you have some other commercial uses within there. You have a great room in there. Also, a part of this is a restaurant, cafe type of area. It's an exclusive type of club area for the residents of Sky Canyon itself. There's significant millions of dollars that's being put into this facility up front right now. So this has been no secret as we've gone through the development agreement itself that we're going to be coming through for the use permit for the alcohol uses that we're proposing. Staff is recommending approval, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have with this request.
Thank you. This is now open for public comment. There does not appear to be anyone here to speak for or against, so I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Creer, do you wish to be heard on this?
I'm sorry, sir, no.
Commissioner Flangus?
If there's no further comments, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 58, which is SUP 60399, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 58. Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Item 58 is considered final action unless approved to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, jumping to item 60 is...
Well, just one correction, it should be appealed to the city clerk within 10 days. It's okay, we're all done.
Item 60, SDR 60342. The applicant is Affordable Housing for Everyone Incorporated. The owner is Hafen One LLC. For possible action on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 8-unit multifamily residential development with a waiver to allow a residential adjacency setback of 69 feet where a minimum of 92.5 feet is required at 3316 Valley Lane in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, although the proposed development includes a request for a waiver of residential adjacency standards, staff notes that the applicant is proposing additional landscape materials adjacent to the existing residential uses to the north and east. Additionally, this proposal conforms to the city's master plan, which encourages neighborhood revitalization through infill development. With that, staff's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you. Is the applicant here on this evening? Is the applicant asleep in one of the rows this evening?
Mr. Chairman, since we don't have an applicant, I move to obey it to the November meeting.
Do we need any public comment without?
What did I say? November?
You can accept
I meant the
public
October
comment on the
meeting.
abeyance,
Okay.
if you'd like.
Before we vote on this motion, does anyone wish to be heard about the motion for an abeyance? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and the motion is for an abeyance. Please
And
vote.
just to correct myself a minute ago, it's to the October 13, 2015 meeting.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. Item number 60 is obeyed to our next Planning Commission meeting. Moving now to item 61, SDR 60353. The applicant owner is 1015 Novat LLC for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 10,025 square foot commercial building at 3375 Novat Street in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the project is compatible with existing development in the area, and staff recommends approval of this request.
Good evening.
Evening. Pierre Burton Jr., representing the applicant at 3471 West Oquendo, Suite 301.
Anything to add to this?
Oh, yes, sorry. It's my first one. Basically, I'm recommending staff approval for this project. It is a general store in the, we're developing in the existing vacant lot, sorry. Existing vacant lot, and staff recommends approval. We have no objections to the site or to the project. There was an exception of the landscaping, but staff has recommended approval of that. And I'm here to take any questions that you may have had on the project.
You're willing to comply with all of staff's conditions?
We are.
I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion among the commissioners? Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you. I have a question. I don't understand. What are general commercial goods? It says that this store will sell general commercial goods to the public on this site.
Hi,
Like
my name is Jay Dapper. I'm
firecrackers or
one of the
bombs?
owners of the project. My address is 985 White Drive. And this is actually going to be a Dollar Tree store. So Dollar Tree offers various array of different types of products and things. It's very similar to all the other Dollar Tree stores that you see in Las Vegas.
And so you guys own the property, correct?
That is correct.
And you already have a lease agreement with Dollar?
That is correct.
What's it called?
Dollar Tree.
Yes, Dollar Tree.
Yeah, even though Dollar Tree is called Dollar Tree, I mean, it's not what you would normally imagine as a dollar store. It's a little bit higher end, so they have everything from, let's say, greeting cards to food items.
So it's a dollar store, it's not a check cashing Dollar Tree?
No. Yeah, it's like a general store.
Yeah, I've seen them, I just didn't realize, so it's like a 99-cent store, but Dollar Tree?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and you already had a lease agreement, I'm sorry?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Quinn?
Did you have a neighborhood meeting?
Excuse me?
Did
Yes.
you have a neighborhood meeting?
Well, we went around to all the adjacent neighbors that are right next door, but it's an apartment complex. So we weren't successful in really getting a lot of people in the apartment complex to even really answer their doors. The site is directly next to the carport area of this large apartment complex. Actually, if you can put up the other picture.
Right.
Just directly adjacent. So we talked to all of the apartment buildings that were just right there close to it, and didn't seem like we had any interest from anybody to put in any kind of comment or even come to the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further comments, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please do.
Item 61, which is SDR 60353, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 61. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 61 is considered final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Item 62, SDR 60397. The applicant is CLA Farm LLC, and the owner is Farm Capital Management LLC. For possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 33,080 square foot commercial building at the northwest corner of Farm Road and Durango Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the building is compatible with the pattern of development occurring within this existing shopping center. Staff's recommendation is for approval.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners.
Thanks for hanging around.
Yeah, I was going to say good evening, but it's almost good morning.
Yeah.
My name is David Newton. I'm from Children's Learning Adventure. Business address is 3131 East Camelback Road in Phoenix, Arizona. We appreciate Planning Department's support of our project. We're looking for a small relaxation in the amount of trees in front of our building, which I believe the Planning Department is supporting. However, condition number 10 is causing us a bit of a problem. Can I use overhead, please? As you can see, that's our building here. Staff are requesting some off-site work, which is over on Farm Road. And I believe the purpose behind the off-site work is to limit left turns in and out of the shopping centre. Let me just switch over here to a more overall plan of the shopping centre. I believe the city is requesting some median work in this area here. To be quite honest with you, we have a full movement driveway up here that we believe, our patrons are going to use that driveway. There's no way they're going to actually try to negotiate through here and try to
Mr.
make a
Newton,
left
can
turn.
I ask you to just angle the microphone so it's facing you directly? We're having a hard time picking you up. That's better, thank you.
Got it? Yep. Okay, sorry about that. Pardon me. We have a full movement driveway up here on Durango, which we believe serves our property perfectly. We do not believe any of our patrons are going to try and come down here and navigate through this parking lot here to try to make a left turn out here onto Farm Road. If we're forced to do any work out on Farm Road, that will seriously impact our project. I've had lengthy discussions with our equity partners, and they're really having a hard time providing money for us to do work out on Farm Road. That's all I've got on that one. But I'm having a real problem getting money to do the work out in Farm Road. I really do. There is a property that's being developed on the southeast corner of Durango and Farm, and that has been developed by a company called, I think you're all aware of, you all know Lorich Properties. They have actually made a commitment to actually doing the median work out on Farm Road. And the seller of the property, who's selling the property to us, he received a letter from Lorich Properties stating that they will in fact actually do the work. They are actually in negotiations right now, or what I should say, they're actually going through their approval process right now with NDOT, and I believe they are getting ready to submit plans for approval to the City of Las Vegas. So I think these guys are probably a little bit behind us, and for our project to be contingent on theirs, it basically kills our project. It really does. So we respectfully request a waiver for item number 10.
Okay, thank you. Sir, do you wish to be heard?
Good evening. Matthew Nelson, 7155 South Rainbow, on behalf of the current owner. And the background is there's a Public Works document from year 2000 that was the underlying development condition for the shopping center when originally developed, was to complete certain Farm Road improvements, and so long as there's concurrence with NDOT. And at the present moment, there's not concurrence with NDOT, because at NDOT's August meeting, I have what I believe was approved at NDOT's meeting, and it's different than what Public Works is requesting. And so they have shown different access points on Farm Road. This was at NDOT's August meeting. So the developer you can see that this is different than what is requested from Public Works at the present moment. And this, in my understanding, is what it's approved at NDOT. So this is different, and this shows a different access point as well. The interesting part, and we'll end the evening on a funny one, sort of, but I've never in my life had a neighboring developer submit a letter for the record that says, I would like to do those improvements. It's usually the other way around. Let someone else do those improvements, and I want to benefit from those improvements. However, in this instance, Hank Gordon, president of Lorich Properties, who's developed in the town for quite some time, has submitted a letter for the record that says, I will be doing those farm road improvements, and he would like to do them to his specifications because he has a neighboring center that's going to be impacted far more than ours. Therefore, we're respectfully requesting a waiver of Condition 10 to either conduct or improve Farm Road or bond for the Farm Road improvements, seeing that Mr. Gordon is doing them, and he should be in here in the near term to complete those.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment, even though the gallery's empty. Seeing no one, I will close the public comment, and let me begin with a couple of points, and maybe I'm missing something here, but Condition 10 obligates you to either construct a median or bond it, and that bond may be released if the construction of the median is guaranteed by someone else. Do you have a guarantee from Hank Gordon?
No, again, my juvenile understanding of the process is NDOT approvals come first. NDOT's a tough entity to work with at times. NDOT approvals come first. NDOT approvals were granted at their August meeting, and then their CDs are being drawn at the present moment. So I think the way NDOT works, they have their agenda, and then there's a certain time period that we are still in that window until the printed documents get delivered that state what is going to be done as part of the improvements.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Creer, do you have a comment? Commissioner Slotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, through you, it sounds like if Hank Gordon's going to be building that across the street and he's giving you assurances, then condition number 10 protects you, because it basically says, don't want to repeat what the chairman just said, but it said this bond may be released if the construction of the median is guaranteed by another project prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy for this site. So as long as Hank Gordon and you have that worked out, you're protected by condition 10. They're going to release you and put it back onto the other developer if he guarantees it, which is what you're saying Hank Gordon's going to do.
Understood. The devil's advocate approach to that is Public Works requires us to, the applicant to construct certain improvements and defines the certain improvements. And say, for instance, Hank Gordon's project hits a stumbling block for 4 months, and at some point, something needs to be done to get a C of O. And so essentially what we're going to do is install the improvements to have Hank tear out at a certain time period if the time periods don't dovetail. And the underlying condition has been in place since year 2000, and at the present moment, we're respectfully requesting that the condition get waived since that condition's been in place since year 2000. Any other work that's already been on Farm Road has never been requested to do that. And at the present, the deal at the moment is 0.17, their front door would be 0.17 to 0.2 miles away from the Farm Road improvements. The meat of the neighbors are going to be, or the meat of the users of this facility are going to be coming north-northeast of here, using both present Durango curb cuts that are already in place and not using a Farm Road improvement.
I feel like we're going in circles, because it still seems to me that the way around this is simply to get that guarantee. I don't believe you do have to construct anything. And maybe I'm understanding this wrong and missing something from Public Works, but you don't need to build anything. All you have to do is present a guarantee that someone else is going to do it, and you're released.
Mr. Chair, maybe I can clarify the guarantee. When we say guarantee, that means that the other project will have bonded for the improvements. I don't know if that was clear, but that's what it means, is that they need to bond for it until another project also bonds for it. Once another project bonds for those improvements, and their bond can be released. But we currently have an accident history there, and the accidents are essentially someone going eastbound on Durango, going on the farm, and then trying to south on farm and get into that first drive, which is the north. So the configuration that we're looking at does match what they're showing on their plan. It's just not the full median. We're just looking to restrict that first driveway off of Durango because that's where we're having rear-end accidents. And because what's happening is people, the dual left turn lanes getting onto 95 is essentially packed, and people are trying to leave gaps in for others to take a left turn in southbound into the commercial subdivision, and that's when they get hit. And so we've had, I think, around 16 accidents between 2009 and 2014. We haven't had the records for the last year. We know of another one that had happened. And so with this project generating some significant traffic, we're looking for them to either take care of the issue with their project, or if another project guarantees it through a bond, then they're released from the obligation.
Okay. I can support this as long as condition number 10 stays in place. I think there is a legitimate public safety concern, so I'll support it, but not without condition number 10. I don't know how everyone else feels. Commissioner Solomon?
Mr. Chairman, I agree. Either the neighborhood come in, put an in, or they'll need to put an in. On my projects, I've had to put hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of off-site improvements in. Not that I necessarily wanted to do that, and it made my projects profitable, but at the end of the day, Public Works is recommending this and talking about that many accidents. We got to look at public safety as well. And just to delete a condition because we don't have money to put in that median, I always appreciate the fact of not putting something in, turn around and ripping it back out. And that's the case quite often. And, and I can see those types of things, but this, unless if somebody's guaranteeing it, then it's going in, then we'll never get that, and we'll keep having those accidents there. So with the deletion of number 10, I couldn't support it. Keeping, condition number 10, I can support it. So thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 62, which is SDR 60397, move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 62 with all of staff's conditions. Please vote. Motion carries. Item number 62 is approved.
Item number 62 is considered final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
We are now to the citizens' participation portion of the agenda, which is item 64. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner?
Yes, I would just like to ask for a little bit more air conditioning at the next Plan Commission hearing, October 13th, 2015.
I will vote with you on that.
Yes. Well, it wasn't an agenda item, so we can't officially vote.
If I could.
At staff's direction, I think we understand.
Okay.
And we agree.
All right, meeting is adjourned.